Chapter 213. As soon as he entered the Eye of the Gods dungeon, Lu Chen saw the countdown prompt. Time-limited dungeon. Are they giving me benefits? Lu Chen said in surprise. However, when he looked up, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The path in front of him was filled with monsters. There were so many monsters here that even those with trypophobia would feel uncomfortable just looking at them. This was only the path before entering the dungeon. Who knew how many monsters there would be in the future? These monsters looked like huge eyeballs. Their bodies glowed with various colors of purple, green, and black. The eyeballs moved around on their bodies. It was very scary. If it's disgusting, then so be it. I'm used to it anyway. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Please, my only request is, don't reflect any more damage. I can't take it anymore. There were too many monsters here. If he wasn't careful, he would pull a large group of them. Without knowing if they could reflect damage, Lu Chen didn't dare to farm casually. There's a team of 110 over there. Lu Chen noticed 6 large eyeballs of various colors patrolling. He suddenly had a plan. Different colors might have different abilities. I have to test them one by one before deciding if I should farm them in a group. Let's change back to my original body first. Lu Chen took off his human skin. Xiao Min, turn invisible. After turning invisible, Lu Chen looked at the hundreds of large eyes and felt a little guilty. This was really under the watchful eyes of so many people. They can't see me. They can't see me. Lu Chen took a deep breath and quietly followed the patrol team. Their patrol route was fixed. They patrolled back and forth in front of the entrance for about 100 meters. When the team reached the top of the patrol route, Lu Chen used his huge body to block the path of one of the eyes. I'm blocking, blocking, blocking. He was invisible, and the cross-section of his body was large, so he blocked one of the eyes. Not long after, the black eye was mercilessly thrown away by his teammate. Seeing that the other eyes had gone far away, Lu Chen quickly attacked. Even if there's a damage reflection effect, it's impossible for the monsters to reflect 100% of the damage, right? Lu Chen attacked directly. For the sake of safety, Lu Chen turned off the effects of werewolf bloodline, poison, and even combo attack. He only used normal communication once. Minus 24,112, critical hit. Black Eyes was instantly killed. Fuck, it really does reflect damage. Lu Chen looked at his HP. He had lost 2,400 HP, which was about 10% of the reflected damage. However, isn't the HP of these eyes a little too low? They only have a little over 8,000 HP. Are you sure they are level 42 elites? Killed God's Eye, level 42. Captured 1024 spiritual energy. Obtained 1 rank for talent fragment. Obtained 1 4-star evolution point. Obtained Holy Spirit creature's soul essence. Ding! Obtained item Divine Eye Particle X1. So it's not an elite. I didn't pay attention just now. The profit is very low, but it actually dropped a Holy Spirit creature's soul essence. Lu Chen said excitedly. As long as it dropped a soul essence, it would be worth it. What is a Divine Eye Particle? Lu Chen checked the item. Divine Eye Particle, material, the only material to open the sleeping God's eye. Lu Chen frowned. The sleeping God's eye was the level 40 purple equipment. Lu Chen was currently equipped with it. At that time, the equipment said, the sleeping God's eye can see certain things that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Unfortunately, it is currently in a deep sleep. Lu Chen did not pay much attention to it. He just thought that it was a normal item description and that the developers were deliberately mystifying it. However, it seemed that there was a way to turn the sleeping God's eye into an open God's eye. Lu Chen hurriedly tried to use the Divine Eye Particle. You can try to awaken it once with 100 divine eye particles. The success rate is 0.5%. You don't have enough divine eye particles. Unable to awaken it. I can only awaken it once with 100 divine eye particles. The success rate is 0.5%. Damn, according to this ratio, I might have to use 20,000 divine eye particles. If I'm unlucky, it won't even be enough. No wonder this instance dungeon was a countdown instance dungeon. He had to use the divine eye particles. Lu Qin did not like this kind of probability because he felt that his luck was not that good. There are only 2 hours. It's too slow to kill them one by one. However, these monsters have reflect damage. If I attack them all at once, I'll die first. Just as Lu Chen was feeling depressed, Xiao Min suddenly spoke. Boss, I won't let you die. I'll protect you. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. That's right. Xiao Min can help me block a sure kill attack every 120 seconds. Thinking of this, Lu Chen had a crazy idea in his mind. I almost forgot about Xiao Min's skill. Time is money. Alright, let's try it once. Looking at the large number of eyes of the gods in front of him, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiao Min, report to me every 10 seconds the cooldown time of the death immunity. Yes, boss. Lu Chen took a deep breath and activated the weapon effect of the roaring flame sword. He swung the wishful staff and smashed it into the army of monsters. Earth-splitting chasm. 150 meters long and 15 meters wide, the damage area of the earth-splitting chasm reached an amazing 2,250 square meters. A huge chasm almost covered the entire corridor. 16400, 16327, 17243, 15,768, countless numbers floated from the heads of these monsters. Lu Chen's eyes were full of damage values. If he used a computer to see this, it was estimated that half of the screen would be occupied by these numbers. Such terrible damage was caused. Even if each eye could only reflect 10% of the damage, it would still cause unimaginable damage to Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's blood did not move at all. Boss, I just activated death immunity. Now the cooldown time is 119 seconds. Lu Chen was so excited that he could not speak for a long time. His idea worked. Because he used the earth-splitting chasm, no matter how many units he hit, the system determined that he only made one attack. And the damage reflected by the god's eye was also counted as one damage reflected. This damage could be hundreds of thousands or even millions, enough to kill Lu Chen. However, Xiao Min's death immunity resisted this damage. Killed God's Eye, level 42. 1024 points of heaven and earth aura captured. Obtained stage 4 talent fragment 1. Obtained 4-star evolution point 1. Obtained Holy Spirit creature soul essence. Ding, obtained item, God's Eye particle, X1. Killed God's Eye, level 42. 1024 points of heaven and earth aura captured. Obtained stage 4 talent fragment 1. Obtained 4-star evolution point 1. Obtained Holy Spirit creature soul essence. Obtained pure aura 1. Killed God's Eye, level 42. 1024 points of heaven and earth aura captured. Obtained stage 4 talent fragment 1. Obtained 4-star evolution point 1. Obtained Holy Spirit creature soul essence. Ding, obtained item, God's Eye particle, X1. Lu Chen's system notification crazily refreshed. He did not even have time to look at it. In any case, he only knew that after killing these 1,000 experience eyes, his experience bar, which should not have had any reaction, actually moved a little. Chapter 214. Xiao Min, you're too strong. Lu Chen said excitedly. Haha, that's great. 120 seconds per wave. That's so much better than killing them one by one. How much did I kill? Lu Chen opened his backpack and found that there were 1,500 divine eye granules and 1,500 Holy Spirit soul essences. Even though it's not much, it's still 1.5 million experience points. There are also divine eye particles and spirit essences. That's great. Lu Chen walked into the depths of the dungeon excitedly. Earth-splitting chasm. Earth-splitting chasm. In the dungeon, Lu Chen cleared the monsters in the tunnel and scathed time and time again. In 2 hours, Lu Chen made good use of every second and cleared the area 50 times. After clearing the area 50 times, Lu Chen now had 75,000 divine eye particles and 75,000 spirit essences in his backpack. Lu Chen didn't care. After killing so many divine eye particles, he planned to get 100,000 spirit essences and let Tao Wu grow into a teenager. When the time was up, Lu Chen was teleported out. After killing monsters for such a long time and at such a high intensity, Lu Chen decided to take a break. Is there still a chance to fight this Eye of the Gods? Why isn't the armored sandworm coming out? Lu Chen was a little confused. Forget it. Let's see if I can get the Dharma treasure out first. No matter how unlucky he was, he should be able to get 75,000 divine eye particles out. Imperial Capital, New Era Commercial Building. A beautiful woman was staring blankly out the window in her office. This person was exquisite Zixin in the game. She hadn't been in a good mood for the past few days. Her arrogance seemed to have disappeared forever. Not long after, the door to the office opened. 2 people stood at the door, a man and a woman. The woman was Qin Wu in the game, while the man hadn't shown his face yet. Exquisite turned around and looked behind her. Sister Qin Wu, Brother Haotian, why are you here? We heard from Fen Tian that you've been in a bad mood recently, so we came to see you. Qin Wu walked over with a smile. Haotian walked over with a smile. Ling Long, don't worry. The big brothers have already spread the word. Once they come out, they will definitely take care of that nameless. Ling Long nodded. Fen Tian told me. Brother Haotian, where is nameless now? Our people haven't found them yet. Could they have changed servers? Changing servers? I don't think so. Don't worry, we have people in every district. It's possible for them to escape. Then why can't we find them? Exquisite Zixin asked. Right now, her mind was filled with that man. Of course, it wasn't a good impression. After giving the matter some thought, White Sky said, they might have been killed by the armored sandworm. Solipsistic and Nameless both deal a lot of damage. It's impossible for them to survive against the armored sandworm. Qin Wu added, the sandworm is a storyline boss, and it's also a field boss. Even if they didn't discover the purple crystal in the shrine, the armored sandworm would prioritize the players who entered the yellow sand world for the first time. They won't be able to avoid it. Back then, when we were fighting the armored sandworm, we gathered a lot of people, including a large number of high-level pharmacists. We took unlimited potions and healed ourselves before we could get past it. There's no way the 2 of them could get past it. Logically speaking, Ling Long had a better understanding of nameless attacks. The more she understood, the more she should know how the armored sandworm countered them. However, Ling Long Zixin had a strange thought. Those 2 people didn't seem like people who played by the rules. They wouldn't have entered the Eye of the Gods dungeon, right? They wouldn't have washed out the sleeping Eye of the Gods, right? Qin Wu looked at Ling Long worriedly. Ling Long, what are you saying? Your worries are unnecessary. Even if they did manage to get past the armored sandworm, no one would be able to wash out the Eye of the Gods. Haotian also laughed. In a 2-hour dungeon, 100 God's Eye granules will be washed out once. 1 God's Eye will drop 1 God's Eye granule. Think about it, how many would it take to get 1? Moreover, have you forgotten? Those God's Eyes are grouped together, and they have reflected damage, so if you can't even hit 100 of them, how would you be able to wash out the Eye of the Gods? Back then, when we fought the Eye of the Gods dungeon, the strongest one only managed to get 43 God's Eye granules. It's impossible to get more than that. Everyone can only fight the Eye of the Gods dungeon once. If someone can really wash it out, then I'll write my name backwards. After listening to Qin Wu and Haotian's explanation, Ling Long Zixin also realized that she might have been overthinking. Washing out the Eye of the Gods. That was simply impossible. She didn't know why Tianqing would design such a segment. Right at this moment, someone suddenly rushed over in a hurry. Fen Tian. Qin Wu and Haotian looked at Fen Tian strangely. Why are you in such a hurry? Fen Tian's sword deity's face was a little ugly. It was obvious that something big had happened. Fen Tian, what happened? Fen Tian took a deep breath, calmed his agitated emotions, and said, solipsistic, he washed out the sleeping Eye of the Gods. What? Haotian, Qin Wu, and Ling Long all widened their eyes at the same time. Zhoutian's official website was once again in an uproar. Did you guys receive the system announcement? The first dark gold equipment in the entire server. Nonsense, of course we received it. The server announcement was repeated 3 times. At that time, I was so scared that I was slapped to death by a monster. Dark gold equipment, my god. Wait, is dark gold better or orange better? Of course it's dark gold. Although orange equipment is rare, closed beta players didn't have such a big reaction when they saw Nameless and Mad God's orange equipment. I heard that when the server announcement was repeated, many closed beta players almost broke down. My master said that there's only one dark gold equipment. Lu Chen was also very depressed. He sat alone at the altar to wash out the Eye of the Gods. This was a small probability event. Lu Chen had already prepared to wash out 40,000 God's Eye granules, but in the end, it only took 12,000 to wash it out. After washing it out, the Eye of the Gods became the Eye of the Gods, and its attributes were greatly increased. More importantly, the God's Eye granules could still be washed out. 100 God's Eye granules can be used once. The success rate is 2 in 1,000. Normally, it would take 50,000 God's Eye granules to wash it out. In the end, Lu Chen used 62,000 God's Eye granules and still couldn't wash it out. When he was left with 1,000 God's Eye granules, he almost lost all hope. Lu Chen didn't have time to check if the equipment was washed out, but he saw the system announcement, and it was a continuous server announcement. Congratulations to player Solipsistic for obtaining the Dark Gold equipment, Eye of the Gods of Darkness. Solipsistic for obtaining the title, Eye of the Demon Sovereign. Congratulations to player Solipsistic for obtaining the Dark Gold equipment, Eye of the Gods of Darkness. Solipsistic for obtaining the title, Eye of the Demon Sovereign. Lu Chen held his forehead with one hand and said helplessly, damn, again. Do you have to make such a big fuss? Chapter 215. Not only did Lu Chen get the Eye of the Gods, but he also got the higher level, Dark Eye of the Gods. Since the announcement had been made, Lu Chen couldn't tear it down. Glancing at the new title, the Demon Lord's Eye seemed to be on a different level from the previous title. The increase in attributes was quite overbearing. Increase 4 dimensions by 15%, damn, 4 dimensions. In other words, strength, agility, physique, and spiritual power were all increased by 15%. It was simply ruthless. The Demon Lord's Eye was quite powerful, and the Dark Eye of the Gods could only be described as terrifying. Dark Eye of the Gods, Dark Gold Magic Weapon, Strength 2000, Agility 2000, Physique 2000, Spiritual Power 200, with just this line of words, the Dark Eye of the Gods could already be described as abnormal. Special Effect 1, Ignore all reflected damage. Special Effect 2, Increase vision by 1000 meters, increase dynamic capture ability by 50%. Special Effect 3, Technique Capture, can more accurately capture the opponent's weakness. When the opponent releases a technique, can discover the opponent's attack position. Special Effect 4, Special Space, discover some special space that can't be captured by the naked eye. Lu Chen was shocked. Damn it. So strong. It's too strong. It's simply invincible. The first special effect perfectly filled Lu Chen's current biggest weakness, the fear of reflected damage. It was the right medicine for the problem. The second special effect was somewhat similar to the Flower Demon bloodline, but the effect was better and could be stacked. With these two effects, Lu Chen definitely had the advantage in vision. What was really powerful was the third special effect, Technique Capture. When the Eye of the Gods was still orange equipment, it didn't have this attribute. It was only after reaching dark gold that this attribute was added. This showed that this was one of the important differences between orange equipment and dark gold equipment. Lu Chen could also see the position of the enemy's technique attack, which was unreasonable. He could easily dodge the opponent's predicted attack. As for the fourth effect, it was also what Lu Chen needed. It seemed to be related to the Twilight of the Gods instance. After equipping the new magic weapon, Lu Chen waved his sword finger and an eye appeared beside him, floating on his shoulder. Interesting. It seemed that the Eye of the Gods instance dungeon was really a giveaway. A purple item with very ordinary attributes was washed to dark gold, and he even received 75,000 soul essences. Tao Wu has a stun effect. This skill is also very good. When I have enough spirit essences in the individual dungeon, I will immediately evolve Little Cow. Sure enough, level 40 maps are great. Why do I feel like there are benefits everywhere? Lu Chen rubbed his chin. Unfortunately, there was no one around to share his thoughts with him. He could only turn around and look at the broken Buddha statue. As a result, Lu Chen saw something that he hadn't seen before. The Buddha statue was no longer there. Instead, it was the entrance to another instance dungeon. Lu Chen stepped forward in surprise and touched the dungeon door. Level 45 Hidden Dungeon, Twilight of the Gods. Lu Chen gasped. Fuck, I've finally found a hidden dungeon. Lu Chen checked his backpack. He still had plenty of spirit gathering pills. Alright, let's go in and take a look. As Lu Chen was about to enter the instance dungeon, he received a call from Li Muhua. Brother. Are you crazy? You got dark gold equipment. Brother, can you let me see? I beg you. Lu Chen didn't mind. He sent the equipment to the other party. The other party could see the equipment's attributes by clicking on the name. Fuck, there's still some humanity left. The other side of the phone suddenly exploded. Fuck, that's too scary. Oh my god. I can't take it anymore. I'm already jealous. I'm already jealous. Lu Chen was speechless. Is there a need for that? It's just a piece of equipment. Brother. 3-dimensional plus 2000. It also adds spiritual power. It only adds spiritual attack. Have you seen any equipment that adds spiritual power? Yes, I've seen it before. The one in my hand adds spiritual power. You're ruthless. Fuck, look at the special effects. Fuck, it's simply cheating. Look at the third skill, capture. Fuck, how can I fight with you in the future? And the fourth. Brother, if you find any good places in the future, can you please let me know? As a soldier, Li Muhua rarely encountered situations like this. However, the attributes of the Eye of the Gods were too insane. Even he couldn't stay calm after seeing it. Brother, can we still get this thing? Should be. It didn't say that it's a unique item. Where did you get it? In a strange stone house in a level 40 map. First, get a broken crystal from the statue. After defeating a boss with 100% damage reflection, the core of the God's Eye will drop. You can synthesize it into a purple treasure. After the boss corpse disappears, a dungeon will appear. Go in and get enough God's Eye particles. That's easy. Then I'll quickly level up and go take a look. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I'm going to the dungeon. After hanging up, Li Muhua sent the equipment's attributes to a few of his subordinates. Look, Mad God's new equipment. Aren't the attributes awesome? Fuck, this equipment even has attribute points. It's invincible. His subordinates then sent the equipment to others. There was no rule that said that the equipment's information couldn't be leaked. In the end, the screenshot of the Eye of the God's attributes was posted on the official website. Xiao Ming's live stream, Feng Lingzi's live stream, and all the other live streamers were looking at the screenshot. Oh my god, these attributes are insane. Is this dark gold equipment? Jealousy has made me ugly. It's too awesome. It's invincible. When the closed beta players see this equipment, they'll probably be disappointed. Mad God won't drop this equipment, right? I think it's at least 7 digits. That's impossible. Unless Mad God gets another piece of equipment, there's no way he would sell it. I want it so badly. Where did it come from? Can you tell us so that we can have some hope in our hearts? At the same time, in the Imperial Capital's New Era building, many closed beta players had gathered in the lobby to look at the Eye of the God's attributes. Compared to the bustling atmosphere in other places, this place was exceptionally quiet. There was a stifling atmosphere in the air. In terms of attributes, it's stronger than a level 50 purple weapon. It actually adds spiritual power. I've never seen equipment that adds spiritual power. 200 spiritual power. That's insane. The attributes are secondary. The key is the special effect. Technique capture. Are you sure this special effect isn't a cheat? No, I'm curious. How did he clear the Eye of the God's dungeon? We've seen the monsters there before. They reflect damage. How many divine eye particles did he farm? Shouldn't he get an orange item after washing the sleeping Eye of the Gods once? Why did he get a dark gold item? Did he wash it twice? These people couldn't understand at all. This was beyond their comprehension. Ling Long, Fen Tian, Qing Wu, and Hao Tian's faces were stiff. They had just said that Solipsistic and Nameless couldn't even beat the Iron Sandworm, and now they had a dark gold item. After a long while, they spoke. Who the hell is this guy? Qing Wu let out a long sigh. Hao Tian shook his head. Fen Tian, inform everyone that if they meet him and Nameless in a level 40 map, don't provoke them. Now, we can only hope that the big brothers will come out of seclusion. Chapter 216. Lu Chen had already entered the twilight of the God's dungeon. This time, Lu Chen did not dare to be careless. As a part of the demonic seed quest, Lu Chen had reason to believe that the difficulty of this dungeon would not be lower than subduing a young mythical beast. This seems to be some ruins. Lu Chen looked around. The environment here was similar to the architectural style of ancient Rome. Why aren't there any small monsters? Lu Chen cautiously moved forward slowly in the dungeon. There seems to be a sound in front. Lu Chen followed the sound. After passing through several corridors, Lu Chen came to a large door. On the other side of the door, there was a hubbub of voices. However, as the voices were very soft, it felt a little unreal. You are about to enter the Colosseum of the Gods. Please activate the 100% pain system. Damn, it can't be. Another 100% pain system. Lu Chen realized that his premonition was quite accurate. From the beginning of the system's requirements, he could tell that the Colosseum of the Gods was not a place to be relaxed. Activate it, activate it. It's not like I haven't activated it before. Lu Chen immediately activated the 100% pain system. The pain system has been activated. Please enter the Colosseum of the Gods. You will randomly encounter the avatars of the gods. After defeating them, you will receive a reward. If you fail midway, the dungeon will be reset. What the hell? Lu Chen did not understand what the system meant. However, it was useless to think too much about it. What he needed to do now was to push open the door. Okay, come on. Lu Chen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He placed both hands on the door and pushed it hard. The moment the door opened, an overwhelming wave of cheers could finally be heard. Lu Chen looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. The scene in front of him was exactly the same as the Colosseum of ancient Rome. The surrounding high stands were filled with spectators. These spectators were dressed differently. It was not a simple copy and paste at all. Everyone's faces were full of excitement. Everyone was waving their arms and cheering. He's here. The new challenger is here. Kid, don't let us down. Give us a wonderful fight. He looks very weak. I wonder if he can survive the first stage. At this moment, in Lu Chen's heart, 10,000 alpacas whizzed past. Fuck, so many NPCs. Each of them is shouting louder than the other. The Tianheng planner is really full of energy. Alright, perhaps this was what Tianxing meant by 100% realistic gaming experience. There were a total of 12 huge stone statues in the arena. From the figures carved on the statues, Lu Chen recognized a few of them. They were, the two-headed hellhound, Poseidon, Medusa, and Zeus. Wait, why is there still Xing Tian, Qiyu, Erlangshen, and the Yellow Emperor? Damn, a combination of the East and the West. Lu Chen walked to the center of the Colosseum, and the audience became more and more excited. Please note that once the challenge begins, you will not be able to leave the battle. Every time you successfully challenge a god's avatar, the cooldown of all your skills will automatically be removed. Fuck, is there no intermission? I didn't mention it just now. But the cooldown removal skill is pretty good. First round, two-headed hellhound. The battle will begin in 1 minute. As soon as the system finished its notification, the two-headed hellhound among the 12 statues broke free from the surface of the stone and jumped directly in front of Lu Chen. This guy was about 17 to 18 meters tall, and its body was emitting flames. Its two huge heads shook violently, and the saliva it spat out was hot magma. When it touched the ground, it made a sizzling sound. Wherever it passed, it left a trail of flames. Fuck. It's not good to play like this. 100% pain. Lu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. There was no other way. Since he was already here, Lu Chen would not leave so easily. Pulling out the Raging Fire Wishful Staff, Lu Chen checked his status. He was in good condition. Lu Chen twisted his neck as he stared fixedly at the two-headed Cerberus. Lowering his chin slightly, the corners of his mouth curled up. You look quite scary, but you're not enough to scare me. Instead, you're making me excited like never before. One man and one beast, playing chess in the arena, waiting for the final round to begin. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Before Lu Chen launched any skills, he found a red circle sign with a diameter of about 15 meters. This was the early warning of the Dark Eye of the Gods. Damn. It's an area attack. Quick move. Lu Chen quickly escaped the danger range, and almost at the same time, he was instantly surrounded by a sea of fire. Originally, Lu Chen's usual style was to use the earth-splitting chasm while moving quickly. It was very difficult to predict the direction of his skill, but this time, he had used quick move to avoid the hellhound sea of fire. Now, Lu Chen only had quick move in his hand. To save time, he directly used the earth-splitting chasm. Earth-splitting chasm. Roar. The hellhound did not retreat. Instead, it rushed toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen was surprised by the hellhound's speed. Such a huge body could burst out with such amazing speed. It took a few seconds for the earth-splitting chasm to fall. Looking at the hellhound's movement speed, it seemed that it did not intend to give Lu Chen a chance to use this skill. Damn, it's too fast. Then let's face it head-on. The hellhound took the initiative to attack Lu Chen. 12344, minus 2000, fire damage. Debuff, burn, loses 2000 HP every second, lasts for 10 seconds. Status, sent flying 20 meters. Lu Chen felt as if he had been hit by a truck. First, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his whole body was sent flying. At the critical moment, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and used all his strength to use the earth-splitting chasm. 15499, stunned for 1.5 seconds. This guy was only stunned for 1.5 seconds. And because Lu Chen was sent flying, he could not follow up with any damage. Climbing up from the ground, Lu Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn, what kind of suicidal attack is this? It doesn't play by the rules. My chest hurts. 100% pain. It was no joke. One attack can actually deal more than 30,000 HP. This guy is a bit difficult to deal with. The only good news was that the two-headed hellhound did not have much HP, only 1 million HP. Of course, that was only in comparison to the bosses. 1 million HP was actually quite a lot. Lu Chen took a deep breath, and the hellhound also recovered from the stun. After a moment, a red alert appeared under Lu Chen's feet again. The sea of fire covered a large area. If he did not leave quickly, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and used a second quick move. Clone. Xiao Min, turn invisible. Lu Chen used the same trick again, using invisibility and cloning to leave only one clone in the field. Activate Heavenly Flame Pillar. Lu Chen controlled the clone to move quickly, while he used the invisibility effect to circle around the two-headed hellhound, relying on the Heavenly Flame Pillar to deal damage. At this moment, Lu Chen noticed a black vortex under his real body's feet, and he hurriedly dodged. A second later, from the ground under the red alert position, a giant hand reached out and grabbed upwards. Damn, although it can't see me, it can counterattack the source of the attack. This time, Lu Chen had no choice but to be more careful. The Hellhound Sea of Fire had a very short cooldown, and it desperately set fire under Lu Chen's clone. The clone did not attack, and it kept moving quickly. At this time, not only did Lu Chen have to control the clone to move irregularly, taking the initiative to avoid the Sea of Fire, but he also had to take care of his own position, constantly guarding against the giant hand underground, and avoid the path of fire left by the Hellhound. Sometimes, in order to avoid damage, he had to temporarily abandon the Heavenly Flame Pillar. 3 minutes later, the clone disappeared. At this time, after losing its target, the two-headed hellhound actually charged towards the invisible Lu Chen. Lu Chen was also angry. You're not done, are you? Come, I'll fight with you. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Quick move. Seeing this scene, the audience was dumbfounded. Damn, that kid actually fought the two-headed hellhound head-on. The hellhound still has 300,000 HP. Was that kid knocked silly? It can't be that he can't even pass the first stage, right? I don't know. His skills are very strange. Let's wait and see. The two fiercely collided in the field, creating a loud bang. Chapter 217. Lu Chen had the confidence to face it head-on. After coming out of the Eye of the Gods dungeon, Lu Chen returned to level 44. He also obtained a title that added 15% to four-dimensional attributes and a dark gold treasure with insane attributes. Lu Chen had looked at his own attributes before, and they had undergone a huge change. Character binding, Lu Chen, character, Eye of the Demon Lord, Tiger Courage and Dragon Might, Dark Moon Vanguard, Top Rank, Tiger Capture, Blood Pool Vanguard, Elite, Especially Strong, Especially Agile, Especially Muscular No Leader, Silver Boss, Black Barton. Quality, 6-star, 1 tier increase 3-dimensional attributes by 750%, level, 44, leveling progress, 24.77/100,000,000, physical strength, strength, 8,235, basic 2,856 plus equipment 3,951 plus title 1,428, agility, 7,130, basic 2,856 plus equipment 3,846 plus 428, physique, 7,443. Basic 2,856 plus equipment 3,873 plus title 714, spiritual power, 326, spiritual power, 326, 8331/32600, pure spiritual energy, physical attack, 9,144 to 9,475 spiritual attack, 689, spiritual power, 326 plus. Equipment, 113 plus pet bonus, 260, defense, physical defense, 4,117, basic 1,428 plus equipment, 1975 plus title 714, spiritual defense, 92, health points, 172284, basic 67120 plus equipment, 77460 plus title, 27704, after level 40, a player's basic attributes increased by a lot compared to before. A normal level 44 player's basic attributes were 336, and Lu Chen's 5 times basic attributes had become even more terrifying. And the Eye of the Gods added an additional 2,000 attack, 1,000 physical defense, and 40,000 health points. It could be said to be insane. It could be said that after coming out of the Eye of the Gods, Lu Chen's attributes had increased greatly again. It was as if he had become a different person. Even when Lu Chen had lost more than 30,000 health points in the beginning, it was not too painful. This was also why Lu Chen dared to face the Hellhound head-on. When the two-headed Hellhound was attacked, it could identify the source of the attack. The doppelganger disappeared, and the aggro returned to Lu Chen. At the same time, the two-headed Hellhound charged towards Lu Chen. Rapid movement, earth-splitting chasm. Lu Chen directly faced the Cerberus head-on. The familiar scene appeared again. Lu Chen suffered heavy injuries and was instantly sent flying. In the process of being sent flying, Lu Chen swung his staff and smashed out the earth-splitting chasm. However, the difference was in Lu Chen's reaction after he was sent flying. This time, after Lu Chen was sent flying, he did not stop for even a moment. Instead, he fiercely landed on the ground. Rapid movement, fierce tiger descends the mountain. Within 0.5 seconds, Lu Chen had already arrived before the Hellhound. However, the Hellhound's physical defense seemed to be quite impressive. Lu Chen estimated that the Hellhound had over 4,000 physical defense. Without a critical hit, Lu Chen could only deal over -5,000 damage. However, Lu Chen's critical hit rate was too high. Out of the 6 physical attacks, 3 of them were double critical hits, 1 of them was triple critical hits, and only 2 of them were not critical hits. In addition to the 6,000 plus poison damage, these 18 attacks dealt 180,000 damage. At the same time, many of his attacks also dealt Mana Gather, and Vein Seal, causing a silence and movement speed reduction effect. Tiger's Roar. Raging Flame Z/. Lu Chen did not give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. He immediately used 2 skills in succession. Raging Flame / deals, physical attack plus magic attack, *2, 19,984, points of damage and an additional magic attack *3, 2067, points of fire damage. Lasts for 5 seconds. Originally, Raging Flame Slash's damage was a combination of physical attack and magic attack. Thus, there was no difference whether or not Tiger's Roar was used or not. However, what Shifeng pursued was the follow-up damage of Raging Flame Slash. Without Tiger's Roar, the follow-up Ignite effect would only deal 2000 damage per second. However, with Tiger's Roar, Lu Chen's magic attack reached 10,000 plus in 3 normal attacks. 3 times magic attack, dealing 30,000 plus damage per second for 5 seconds. A total of 150,000 damage. The Hellhound's HP was less than 300,000. It had already eaten Earth Chasm and Tiger Descends the Mountain, so it currently had 120,000 HP. At the same time, it also suffered 6,000 plus poison damage per second. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 Raging Flame Z slashes landed on the Hellhound's body. Minus 16,482, minus 16482, minus 16482, minus 14448, burning, resisted, minus 6,027, poisoned, minus 6,027, poisoned. The Hellhound actually had extremely high fire resistance, reducing almost half of the burn damage. However, there was no difference whether it resisted or not. The previous wave of attacks had dealt 80,000 plus damage, and the Hellhound's HP was below 50,000. This was only the initial damage. The Hellhound was still poisoned. Even if it resisted half of the burn damage, it still lost 22,000 HP per second. However, Lu Chen did not give up on attacking and continued to follow up. Monkey King's Reverse Blood. The Hellhound was stunned again for 1.5 seconds. Lu Chen activated health regeneration. He did not lose much HP. In less than a second, he was back to full HP. At this time, the Hellhound's HP was less than 20,000. Lu Chen ended his health regeneration prematurely. Using the last chance to attack, he killed the Hellhound with 9 normal attacks. With a loud bang, the Hellhound's body fell to the ground. At this time, Lu Chen's HP was back to full. At the same time, all of his skills were off cooldown. The gladiator arena was silent for a full 2 seconds. After a while, the people recovered from their shock. The entire gladiator arena was instantly filled with cries of surprise. This guy, he can reduce the Hellhound's HP by 300,000 in one hit? It's definitely more than 300,000. Why is the damage so high? This guy's attacks are very special. He has a very high combo and critical hit rate. Moreover, he has 2 types of poison attacks and 1 type of elemental damage. The damage over time is very impressive. Not only did this guy win, but he also used the Monkey King's Reverse Blood to end the battle. His goal is very clear. He wants to ensure that he has full HP in the next battle. However, even in such an intense battle, his mind is still so clear. Too scary. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He had finally dealt with the first boss. Actually, the difficulty was not that high. It was just that the Hellhound Sea of Flames was a bit troublesome. As long as he dodged it, he could easily kill the Hellhound. Congratulations, you have killed the first god's avatar. You have captured 2 million aura. You have received 10 rank 7 talent fragments. You have received 10 evolution points. You have received item, Pseudo-Artifact Fragment 1, entering the second round. Randomly activating God's stone statue. Lu Chen noticed a detail. The competition was to randomly summon God's avatars. For this kind of dungeon challenge, it would be fairer to challenge it from easy to hard. Since the system set the challenge to be random, it was very likely that the strength of the God's avatars was about the same. He had already grasped the Hellhound's strength. It would be difficult to fight it, but if he was careful, he would not be injured. Thinking about this, Lu Chen's face revealed a smile. The difficulty of the Twilight of the Gods dungeon should be that there is no rest in the middle. As long as I can make sure that my HP is full before the end of each challenge, I should be able to clear this dungeon. Right, speaking of which, what is a pseudo-artifact fragment? I don't care, let's get it first. With a bang, a nearby statue exploded. Lu Chen's next enemy appeared. Seeing this enemy, Lu Chen was stunned. This woman was very beautiful. But her snake hair was a bit scary. Fuck, it's Medusa. Chapter 218. First floor of Tong Tian Tower. A 40-man team had just been wiped out. The beta testers all knew a shocking piece of news. If a player cleared the first floor of Tong Tian Tower, the second heaven would be opened in advance. When the first heaven had reached the maximum level of 50, the only thing left to do was to challenge the Tower of Babel. The equipment dropped here were all of the best quality. The first floor had a total of 3 bosses. The strongest player had been here for more than a month and had finally defeated the first boss. During this time, the strongest team in Jiutian had been attacking the second boss. Rain God, only 30% HP left. Looks like we'll have to wait for a few more God tier equipment before starting the second boss. The second boss is too strong. It's an AoE attack that covers the entire map. You only have a few tenths of a second to react and stand in a specific position to dodge the attack. It's very difficult to dodge. Yeah, it's really hard to dodge. Why don't we get a few more God tier equipment? We should be able to clear it in half a month. Rain God frowned slightly. Only 30% HP left. But this 30% was too difficult. Almost everyone had reached 120 points of strength. How were they going to break through? Unless those 4 people fought together with them. But those 4 people were nowhere to be seen. Based on the current situation, they should not be able to clear the second boss. At this time, Rain God received a message. We're here. Rain God Ling Tian looked at everyone in surprise. Brothers, those people are here. When everyone heard this, their previous fatigue was immediately swept away. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood all of a sudden, and each of them became spirited. They're here. Haha, good. Then let's continue. We'll definitely be able to clear the second boss. Those guys are too strong. They've been at the top of the DPS and healers rankings for a long time. Their contribution points are higher than all of us. Let's hope the second boss drops something good. This time, let's let the vice leader loot the corpse. That's a lucky hand. Previously, they were saying that they couldn't clear the second boss. But now, they were discussing what the second boss would drop. It was obvious that everyone was full of confidence in this boss fight. Not long after, the Rain God reorganized the party and added the 4 people into the party. Then, everyone entered the Tower of Babel together to challenge the second boss. More than an hour later, the 20-meter-tall body of the second boss, the 6-armed ape god, collapsed to the ground. Holy shit, we killed the second boss. That's way too strong. We've already defeated the second boss. There's only one boss left. We can get Tianqing to open up the second celestial realm in advance. If we continue to stay in the first heaven, our level and equipment advantage will be overtaken sooner or later. But if we open the second heaven, we can expand our advantage. Ling Tian Rain God walked in front of a handsome man. Jussi, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken for us to reach here. The handsome man's ID was Jiusi Junzi. He had a dignified appearance, fair skin, and a height of about 1.8 meters. He had an aristocratic temperament. Not long after, another piece of good news came. The vice leader, Sweet Orange, had looted 2 divine tier equipment from the boss's corpse. Holy shit, Cheng, you found 2 items. He is indeed a European king. Now our strength has increased a lot. Maybe we can even defeat the last boss. Didn't Tianxing tell us that the celestial realm boss will drop the strongest equipment in the first heaven? By then, Solipsistic's dark gold magic weapon will be nothing. A middle-aged man beside Jiu Si shook his head. This guy was called Sengoku, and his strength was second only to Jiu Si. Sengoku said calmly, "We can't defeat the celestial realm boss now." "What? Can't defeat it? We can't defeat it with you guys?" Someone immediately asked curiously. "We can't defeat it." Sengoku said affirmatively. "That guy's strength is beyond imagination. It's not on the same level as the previous two bosses." Jiu Si glanced at Sengoku. Sengoku immediately realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. He coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and stopped talking. "Jiu Si, your team has been to the third boss." Rain God was the first to discover the news that Sengoku had unintentionally revealed. If they had not seen the third boss, how could they be so sure that they could not defeat it? Jiu Si said faintly, "Well, you just need to know that the third boss can't be defeated at present. When I'm not here these days, you continue to fight the first boss. If I have time, I'll take you to fight the second boss, but I don't have much time, so you can fight the first boss a few more times." After that, Jiu Si took his men and left. Jiu Si and the others left, so the others naturally couldn't pass the third boss. Everyone left the dungeon together. Fun Tian and the others knew that the strongest players in the closed beta had all left the dungeon and immediately went to the desert oasis in District 1 to find them. "Rain God, how should we solve the matter between Solipsistic and Nameless now?" Ling Tian snorted coldly, "How to solve it? Do you still need to ask? If they dare to go against us, there will only be one result. But Rain God, none of us have seen them now. Don't worry, they will always appear. Now I still lack 2 pieces of the Shenwu set. I should be able to complete it after a few more times. At that time, no matter how strong they are, they will have to kneel down and call me daddy." Seeing that Rain God was so confident, everyone was finally relieved. "Okay, then let that guy play for 2 more days. In the future, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death." In the twilight of the god's dungeon, Lu Chen was fighting with Medusa's doppelganger. Lu Chen was still using the most stable fighting style. He relied on his doppelganger to attract attacks while he went invisible and attacked with the Sky Flame Pillar. Medusa's skills were even more disgusting than the Cerberus. This guy would petrify the opponent at any time. The cooldown was very short. Even Lu Chen would be petrified when he was invisible. Once petrified, the opponent would be unable to move, attack, and even the Sky Flame Pillar would be prohibited. The petrification duration was also very long, lasting up to 4 seconds. Fortunately, Lu Chen was a coward. Even if he was petrified, he would not show himself. Relying only on the Sky Flame Pillar to attack, this battle was even slower than fighting the Cerberus. It took more than an hour. Only when he realized that Medusa's HP was low did Lu Chen suddenly show himself. Relying on the earth-splitting chasm, the Monkey King used reverse HP to control it while he attacked quickly. After dealing a lot of damage, he killed it instantly. "Damn, I've been fighting this boss for almost 2 hours." Lu Chen took a deep breath. "Congratulations, you have killed 2 gods' doppelgangers. You have obtained 2 million aura points. You have obtained 10 rank 7 talent fragments. You have obtained 10 evolution points. You have obtained item, pseudo-artifact fragment 2, after completing 2 challenges, you can apply to save your progress. You can also choose to continue the challenge." Lu Chen was too tired. Previously, fighting the Eye of the Gods was very tiring. Then, he had to fight the Cerberus and Medusa. These 2 bosses could not afford to make any mistakes. Lu Chen's mind had been highly concentrated for 3 to 4 hours. He could not hold on any longer. "Save the progress. My brain can't take it anymore." Saving the dungeon progress, please wait. Saving complete. Please continue the challenge within 12 hours. Otherwise, the saved progress will be reset to 0. Damn, this dungeon is too inhumane. There's even a time limit. Lu Chen complained. Immediately after, Lu Chen left the twilight of the gods with a white light. After returning to the shrine, Lu Chen sat under the roof and looked at the rewards from this dungeon. This hidden dungeon was so hard to find. Other than experience and evolution materials, there were only 2 pseudo-artifact fragments. It was very shabby. The only thing that made Lu Chen feel gratified was the description on the pseudo-artifact fragment. 3 pseudo-artifact fragments can be combined into 1 pseudo-artifact equipment. 3 can be combined. Next time, I can combine a pseudo-artifact equipment. How strong would a pseudo-artifact equipment be? Lu Chen was also filled with expectations. Chapter 219. As soon as Lu Chen appeared, some closed beta players immediately noticed him. I see Nameless, he's at the altar. Really? Keep an eye on him. I think he went offline. It's only 8 p.m. and he's already offline. Whatever, just send someone to keep an eye on him. Lu Chen did not want to go offline so early, but due to Gods of Dusk's harsh rest settings, it was better for him to go offline and sleep first. Since he had nothing to do, Lu Chen went to Lu Yi's room to watch them fight the underground abyss dungeon. This time, it was the 2 brothers, Handsome, Chic, Little Mei, Hua Luo, and Lu Yi. Their skills were very good, and their teamwork was getting better. Hua Luo was an apothecary, responsible for healing, Handsome was a pugilist, responsible for tanking, and Chic, Little Mei, and Lu Yi were responsible for damage. Brother, we're not bad, right? Not bad, we're much better than before. Lu Yi was very happy to receive her brother's affirmation. Brother, how many minutes do we need to fight the hidden boss? No one has gotten your Corpse King mask yet. Lu Chen thought for a while. I think it's 6 minutes, I can't remember clearly. 6 minutes, it's okay, after I finish this dungeon, I'll come back and bring you guys. The other core players of the guild are already over level 30, if you guys don't have anyone to bring you guys, leveling up will be slow. Brother, there's someone bringing Sister Cold Glutinous now. Ah. Someone's willing to bring someone from our guild. Yes, his level is quite high, he's level 46. He said that other people would ask for 8 figures for a disciple, but he doesn't want a single cent. He only hopes to join Mad Waves with a few friends in the future. Lu Chen frowned slightly. A closed beta player wants to join Mad Waves. Speaking of which, the closed beta players he met now were all displeased with him. He was also wondering why there was no closed beta player who just wanted to play the game. That guy doesn't have any ulterior motives, does he? Li Mu Hua said that he helped us investigate that guy, there's nothing wrong with that guy. During the closed beta, he didn't like the way others did things, so he always went solo with a few friends. Li Mu Hua can even find out that. That's quite strong. Speaking of which, they managed to reach level 46 by themselves. They're pretty strong. Lu Chen took note of this information. Perhaps when he had the time, he would like to meet these guys with his own eyes. Seeing Lu Yi and the others pass through the underground mine, Lu Chen also thought of the second level of the underground mine, as well as the mythical beast below. The divine beast hiding underground was probably some kind of ultimate ferocious beast. After the twilight of the gods, he would come back to take a look. The next day, Lu Chen woke up at 6:30 a.m. His mind was thinking about the instance dungeon, so he couldn't sleep well. It was better to clear it as soon as possible. As soon as he went online, Lu Chen was still near the altar and could directly enter the dungeon. However, this scene happened to be discovered by the spy in charge of monitoring him. Coincidentally, the person in charge of keeping watch was the Crown Prince. After experiencing several huge setbacks, the once insufferably arrogant rich second generation was now in charge of doing odd jobs. When he saw Nameless disappear into thin air, the Crown Prince's face was full of shock. Fuck, how did he disappear? The Crown Prince hurriedly ran in front of the altar and looked around, but he couldn't find Nameless' shadow. He quickly reported to his superiors. Master, I saw Nameless. He was at the altar in Area 122, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Disappeared? Did he return to the city or go offline? Definitely not. I can still tell if he returned to the city or went offline. It was just so, suddenly disappeared. It felt like entering a dungeon. Dungeon? Impossible, everyone can only challenge the Eye of the Gods dungeon once. Wait. Crown Prince, doesn't that guy know how to turn invisible? He can't be invisible, right? You have to leave there quickly. When the Crown Prince heard this, he remembered Nameless' methods and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He looked around, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He hurriedly fled. Who would have thought that this time, exquisite Zixin guessed correctly. Lu Chen was indeed invisible. With Lu Chen's eyesight, as long as he could see within 1,000 meters, nothing could escape his sight. If the Crown Prince could see him, he could naturally see the Crown Prince. Lu Chen looked at the Crown Prince who was running away in a panic and didn't chase after him. This guy still hasn't given up. I really admire his perseverance. They've been watching me, but they haven't attacked me. What the hell are they doing? Lu Chen thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out for the time being. There was still more than an hour before the break time of the Twilight of the Gods dungeon. Lu Chen thought about it and felt that it was necessary to clarify this matter. He sent a voice transmission to Ling Noa. Noa, I want to see your master. Is he here? Leader, my master is here. We're just discussing where to level up and haven't left yet. That's great. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Lu Chen directly returned to the city. His return point was set at his own territory, which wasn't too far away from the Immortal Mountain. Considering that the Golden Retriever's movements were too big, Lu Chen directly turned invisible and used his flying ability. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen returned to the territory of the Mad Waves Guild. At this time, in the guild hall, Ling Noa, 10 steps down, and 4 or 5 strangers were chatting. Master, are you really willing to bring a few more people? Ling Noa looked at a beauty in surprise. She didn't expect Ling Noa's master to be a beauty. Her ID was Stardust. Stardust said, the group level of Mad Waves is still too low. Our level is almost full, and we can't beat some difficult dungeons. It's just right to bring you guys to level up. 10 steps down frowned. He really didn't understand why these people were so good to Mad Waves. Great God Stardust, forgive me for being blunt, but I don't understand. Why did you give up the opportunity to earn money and bring us to level up for free? Finding a core disciple for a professional team would cost at least 8 to 10 million. Stardust smiled, earn money. I'm afraid it's just a part-time job. Do you think they'll stuff all the money they earn into their own pockets? I just can't stand these conventional rules, so I don't like to be with them. Anyway, you don't have to worry. We don't need anything from you, and you don't have anything worth thinking about. As for Nameless, we admit that we came to find you because of his fame. However, we also carefully observed you guys and felt that your guild was more suitable for us. That's why we decided to go through more adventures with you guys in the Jotian in the future. Not everyone is as arrogant as Exquisite and the others. It's fate that brought us together. The longer you play for 9 days, the more you'll realize just how big this world is and how insignificant players are. The man beside Stardust was called Takashi Kaneshiro, and he said, not everyone is as arrogant as Exquisite and the others. We've been fighting alone here for months. It's that simple to find a like-minded guild. Stardust smiled bitterly, of course, if you think we have ulterior motives, it's fine if you don't accept us. It's not the first time we've been targeted by others anyway. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Leader. Lu Chen smiled at Ling Nua and 10 steps down, then looked at the other closed beta players. We won't reject players who sincerely want to join our guild, even if they're closed beta players. Chapter 220. When the beta testers saw Nameless, they all stood up. Hello, Nameless. You're quite famous among the beta testers, Stardust said generously. Lu Chen smiled and walked into the hall. I don't think it's a good reputation, but it doesn't matter. I don't plan to curry favor with anyone. If they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If they provoke me, I'll destroy them. It's that simple. Well, as expected of John Doe. He is indeed arrogant. Lu Chen sat down and looked at the different beta testers. It seemed that only Stardust's name was normal. Stardust, Game Black Hole, Iron Fist Takashi Kaneshiro, Alloy Andy Lau, Plastic Peng Yuyen. Their names were quite unique. Takashi Kaneshiro, Andy Lau, and Peng Yuyen were probably 3 friends who played together. Lu Chen believed 90% of Li Muhua's information. After all, it was military intelligence. The remaining 10% would depend on their interactions. The 5 of you, if you want to join Mad Waves, we welcome you. However, it's not the responsibility of a team member to help others level up, so you don't have to use this method to gain our trust. Stardust smiled. This may sound arrogant, but we don't lack money. That's why we don't want to be in the same team as other beta testers. Takashi Kaneshiro said, Nameless, those beta testers can only be counted as part-time workers. They can only earn a little money. We signed a confidentiality agreement, so we can't say more. Andy Lau said in Hong Kong Mandarin, we're just greedy. Others want to find a strong team, but we want to find like-minded partners. That's right, like-minded. Peng Yuyen said, Jiutian has only opened up the first heaven. It's only the tip of the iceberg. Only a team that's united enough can reach the end. This. Lu Chen was stunned. So they were rich. They didn't care about tens of millions of dollars. Indeed, only with money could one be willful. However, their words did move Lu Chen. Character had always been the main requirement for Mad Waves to join. This was completely different from other professional teams that only looked at strength. After a short contact, Lu Chen had a good impression of the 5 of them. Currently, Jianxing had forbidden beta testers from joining guilds. However, once the players reached a certain level, they would be able to join. It wouldn't be long before that happened. Lu Chen did not forget the purpose of his trip. He did not have much time, so he went straight to the point. By the way, I have something to ask the 5 of you. Oh. You asked us. Stardust looked at Lu Chen in surprise. After I entered a level 40 map, I discovered that someone was constantly monitoring my whereabouts. I'm a little confused. Why are they only watching me but not killing me? Stardust and his partner looked at each other and quickly thought of a possibility. Nameless, the combat power you displayed before was very shocking. You're already an invincible existence under level 50, and you've also obtained a dark gold magic weapon, so ordinary closed beta players wouldn't dare to touch you. Currently, the top closed beta players should be in the Sky Tower. I've received news that the Jiutian team has already defeated 2 bosses on the first day. Since they've defeated 2 bosses, they'll be able to obtain the Divine Set. Once they've gathered the Divine Set, it'll be time for them to make their move. 10 Steps asked curiously, Divine Set? Is it very strong? Very strong. An orange set. Lu Chen only had 1 orange equipment on him, the Flaming Sword. The level 35 Flaming Sword's attributes were already overpowered. The level 50 orange equipment's attributes would definitely be even stronger. More importantly, even if Lu Chen had a dark gold magic weapon, could a dark gold magic weapon compare to an orange set? Of course not. More importantly, he did not know how many of them had the divine set. Oh my god! An orange set! 10 Steps was completely stunned. Nameless bro, you have to be careful. If they get a few sets, it'll be difficult to deal with them. Lu Chen smiled. So they're enduring hardships to farm for equipment. No wonder they have to make a move. Lu Chen did not know whether the divine set was strong or not. However, he knew that the rewards from the Twilight of the Gods dungeon would not be too bad. He mainly wanted to figure out what the other party wanted to do. Now that he had figured it out, he felt much more at ease. In addition, through this exchange, Lu Chen could also verify how Stardust and the others were doing. Alright, thank you. I hope to see you guys in Wild Waves in the future. Lu Chen stood up and said goodbye to everyone. I still have to clear the dungeon. I'll take my leave first. Once again returning to the Twilight of the Gods dungeon, Lu Chen entered directly. After learning about the so-called first-day group plan of the closed beta players, Lu Chen placed more importance on the Twilight of the Gods dungeon. I must get all the pseudo-divine equipment. It's best if I can clear them all today. In the third round, it was Wuxia's ancient god of war, Xingtian. Interestingly, Lu Chen was also known as Wuxia's god of war. This would be a battle between the old and the new god of war. According to the ancient books, Xingtian did not have a head. His eyes were his breasts and his mouth was his navel. The battle was about to start. 1.5 hours later, Lu Chen used the Monkey King's reverse blood to end the battle. He killed Xingtian with full health and obtained 3 pseudo-divine equipment fragments. Unfortunately, he could not synthesize equipment during the battle. Lu Chen could only continue to challenge. The difficulty is higher than the 40 million reputation dungeon, but I can't fight it either. Continue. The fourth battle, Zeus. Lu Chen had just said that the dungeon was easy. After encountering Zeus, he was almost shocked to the point of doubting life. Thunder summoning. With a bang, thunder suddenly appeared in the sky. The invisible Lu Chen was directly struck by the thunder. Damn, my whole body is numb. Chain lightning. A bolt of lightning hit the doppelganger and jumped onto Lu Chen's body. After being hit twice in a row, Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Fuck, this guy is so strong. Techniques can reflect invisibility. I can't be invisible anymore. Let's fight head-on. Earth-splitting chasm. Rapid movement, fierce tiger descends the mountain. After getting close, Lu Chen quickly activated the combo mode. Zeus had 1 million HP. It was controlled by Lu Chen for 3 seconds and dealt 400,000 damage. After Lu Chen succeeded, he hurriedly retreated. Poison and burn could deal another 200,000 damage. He first distanced himself and waited for the skills to cool down. Thunder summoning. With a boom, a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The speed of the lightning was too fast. Even if Lu Chen knew where it was released, he could not dodge it in time. 31446. Debuff, paralysis, the body is paralyzed by the electric current. Unable to move or use techniques. Lasts for 0.5 seconds. Chain lightning. 17998. Fuck, it hurts. This guy's spiritual attacks are more painful than physical attacks. It's like there's no cooldown. I can't let him use thunder again. Rapid movement, tiger's roar. With a frontal attack, Lu Chen quickly used the spirit gathering vein seal effect and then distanced himself. This time, the distance was not far. After the 10-second spirit-gathering vein seal ended, he could definitely attack Zeus again. He just had to avoid his normal attacks for now. 8 seconds. Lu Chen saw that it was about time. He immediately returned and ate a blow from Zeus's hammer. 12997. Lu Chen did not care and directly attacked. 2 seconds was enough for him to launch 2 attacks. After 12 normal combo attacks, Spirit Gathering Vein Seal was almost guaranteed. It's activated. Retreat first. Zeus' movement speed was reduced and he was also silenced. He could only slowly chase after Lu Chen, but he could not catch up. At this time, the second earth-splitting chasm was off cooldown. Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain was off cooldown. Zeus' remaining HP was 280,000. Lu Chen sneered. Hee, this round is over. Chapter 221. After the 4th round ended, Lu Chen chose to save the dungeon's progress and exited the dungeon. Sitting on the sand, Lu Chen quickly discovered that someone was secretly spying on him from behind a sand dune. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head as he opened his backpack. Synthesized pseudo-divine equipment. Lu Chen was a little nervous as he did not know the attributes of the first pseudo-divine equipment. On the synthesize interface, fragments 1 to 3 were arranged in a triangle and finally fused to the center to form the first equipment. Pseudo-Devil Robe, Pseudo-Divine Equipment, Level 50 Orange, Unique, Devil Equipment Set, Strengthening Growth Value, 0/10,000, received more than 1,000 damage, received 1 equipment growth value, defense, physical defense 800, spiritual defense 200, strength 1200, agility 1200, physique 1200, special effect 1, greed, increase the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by 20%. Special effect 2, transform into a dark devil, basic attributes increased by 100%, battle recovery increased by 2000, duration, 120 seconds, cooldown, 30 minutes. Special effect 3, steal a skill that is not higher than black level and store 3 uses. After 3 uses, the skill will be empty. Equipment set. The equipment was very strong, and it was a set. It was just that he had not collected enough sets yet, so the set attributes were not displayed. However, Lu Chen was still a little dumbfounded. This equipment has growth potential. It can increase the strengthening level through receiving attacks. This was the first time he encountered this type of equipment. The equipment's attributes are so strong, and the special effects are also very practical. Lu Chen was a little confused. The Devil Robe had 3 special effects. The first one was an additional 20% experience. Currently, it required hundreds of millions of experience to level up, and it would definitely be more terrifying in the future. This special effect was very practical. Let's not talk about Transform and Steal, they were both celestial tier. Especially Transformation, Lu Chen's basic attributes were already abnormal, and if they were doubled, it was simply ruthless. However, what made Lu Chen very confused was that the Monkey King coat's Monkey King's Reverse Blood was also very useful. It could control and recover health, especially when he was fighting Twilight of the Gods. He had to ensure that his health was full every time, so he had to use the Monkey King's Reverse Blood. Lu Chen deliberately looked at the equipment fusion. To inherit the special effect of the Monkey King coat, he needed a +5 Devil Robe. It was impossible for Lu Chen to upgrade the Devil's Robe to 5 in a short amount of time. Forget it, Gods of Dusk is still manageable for now. I'll use the Monkey King's coat for now. I have to ensure that my HP is healthy. Lu Chen had Xiao Min cast invisibility on him. Then, he turned to look at the confused peeping Tom in the distance. Shaking his head, he smiled and re-entered the instance dungeon. 4 hours later, Lu Chen exited the instance dungeon. Synthesize pseudo-divine artifacts. Fake Devil's Shoulder Guard, Level 50 Orange, Unique, Devil Equipment Set. The equipment's growth value, defense, and 3D enhancement were all the same as the Devil's Jacket. The key was the special effects. Special Effect 1, Greed. The amount of heaven and earth spirit energy obtained will increase by 20%. Special Effect 2, Doppelganger. Summon 4 doppelgangers. Each doppelganger will deal 40% of the original body's damage and receive 400% of the original body's damage. Each doppelganger will inherit all of the player's passive effects and can use the skills that the player has learned. Equipment effects cannot be used. The moment the doppelganger appears, the player will be invincible for 0.2 seconds. The doppelganger will last for 240 seconds. Cooldown time is 600 seconds. Special Effect 3, Devour. Directly devour any non-boss unit whose level and star level are lower than the player's own to obtain the appearance and skills of the creature. The effect will last for 24 hours. Cooldown time is 600 seconds. Set 2, 3D Enhancement by 500 points. Lu Chen was completely shocked. 2 pieces of devil equipment, an additional 40% experience, and the doppelganger's effect, such as the Staff of Will, was stronger. He could create 4 doppelgangers, and he could even use skills. The 0.2 seconds of invincibility of the doppelganger was also very useful. For a master like Lu Chen, 0.2 seconds of invincibility could even be the key to turning the tables. But in front of the last skill, these were not a problem. The most insane thing was the last special effect. Devour. As long as it's not a boss, I can devour it. Lu Chen felt as if he had just been struck by lightning. Wouldn't that be? He thought of an extremely disgusting way to play. Lu Chen's shoulder was now equipped with the Monkey King's shoulder guard. It was a blue equipment. It only added HP recovery after leaving combat and HP recovery during combat. It was useless now. He looked into the distance with his peripheral vision. Sure enough, there were a few heads quietly hiding behind the sand dune. I can't let them see this equipment. I'll wear it in the dungeon. Lu Chen had been playing for 7 or 8 hours. He was really tired. He first exited the game and took a nap. 2 hours later, he returned to the game and continued to challenge. The last 4 bosses, I'll kill them all together. Wearing the Devil's Shoulder Guard, Lu Chen's attributes were further improved. Especially with the 4 doppelgangers and the Staff of Will, Lu Chen's killing speed had greatly increased. 6 hours later, Lu Chen finally came out of the dungeon. The exhausted Lu Chen sat under the altar and synthesized the last 2 pieces of devil equipment. False, Devil's Arm Guard. The basic attributes were the same as the other 2 pieces of defensive equipment. Special Effect 1, Greed, 20% increase in Heaven and Earth Aura. Damn, 60% additional experience. After the 3 pieces of equipment were stacked, the additional experience was already very considerable. Special Effect 2, Devil's Prohibition, nullifies the opponent's ability once. Cooldown time is 600 seconds. Special Effect 3, Supremacy, 80% of the HP of all controllable units under the player's name is extracted to form a blood sacrifice shield equivalent to 50% of the player's HP. The shield will remain until it is broken. Cooldown time is 30 minutes. Lu Chen almost vomited a mouthful of blood. I finally believe that you guys are divine artifacts. These special effects are too fucking awesome. Lu Chen couldn't help but swear. Too strong. Of course, for the average player, even if they were puppeteers and spiritualists, they would not have as many pets and puppets as Lu Chen. He had an army of monsters and 11 mythical beasts. What did it mean to extract 80% of the HP? If the mythical beasts could grow into teenagers, they could extract about 1 million HP, forming a blood sacrifice shield with 500,000 HP. Of course, the blood sacrifice shield had a big disadvantage. It was a pure increase in HP. There was no defense, so the damage received should be greater. But this was already very strong. That Devil's Prohibition is also very strong. It will definitely catch the opponent off guard. Lu Chen was still using the spider silk gloves. Now that he had gotten the orange gloves, his strength would definitely be greatly improved. The last piece of devil equipment turned out to be a weapon. Lu Chen was a little disappointed after seeing it. To be honest, the wishful long staff was really useful. The earth-splitting chasm could be used for output and control. It had a large control range and a lot of damage. There were almost no shortcomings. Now it had become Lu Chen's must-have weapon. Oh, why is it a weapon? It would be better if it was a cloak or a necklace. Lu Chen did not look at the basic attributes. A few hundred more points of attack would not make him give up the wishful long staff. He just looked at the special effects. Special Effect 1 was finally not greed. Special Effect 1, dual wield, can use two weapons at the same time. With this special effect, Lu Chen was already shocked. Damn! I'm kneeling to the pseudo-divine artifact. It's too strong. Chapter 222. The Devil's Blade meant that Lu Chen could hold the wishful staff in one hand and the Devil's Blade in the other. This way, he would not have to make a choice. Great, a divine artifact is a divine artifact. Even if it's a pseudo-divine artifact, it's already so strong. Lu Chen was interested in looking at the attributes of the Devil's Blade carefully. Its attack was thousands, and its attributes were the same as the Devil's set. In addition to the first special effect, the Devil's Blade had three other special effects. Special Effect 2, Taunt, forces enemy units around the player to attack the player. At the same time, the player gains 200% defense, 300% HP recovery speed, cooldown time of 300 seconds, duration of 30 seconds. This skill was average, but it made up for Lu Chen's shortcoming of not having a taunt skill. It would definitely come in handy when leading the army in the future. Special Effect 3, Devil's Will, forcibly refresh skills with a cooldown time of less than 10 minutes. Seeing this skill, Lu Chen could only shake his head. It was not that he did not like it, but there was nothing else to say except that it was insane. Special Effect 4, Demon King's Descent, when the opponent's weapon level is lower than the pseudo-Devil's Blade, the opponent's weapon special effect is reduced by 40%. When the opponent's weapon special effect is higher than the pseudo-Devil's Blade, the pseudo-Devil's Blade's basic attributes are increased by 20%. Seeing this, Lu Chen could not stand it anymore. This, whether it's higher or lower than you, it's still suitable for you. You're too shameless. Even the owner felt that it was shameless. If other players saw it, they would probably vomit blood again. As expected of the devil, it was so shameless. With the completion of the last devil's equipment, the final set attributes were all displayed. Set 2, 3 dimensions increase by 500 points, equipment level requirement -10 levels. Set 3, 3 dimensions increase by 1000 points, transformation effect increased by 50%. Set 4, 3 dimensions increase by 2000 points, number of clones increase by 1. It could only be said that it continued to be simple and unreasonable as the devil's set had always been. 3 dimensions increased by 3500 points. It was already stronger than the dark gold equipment. In addition, Lu Chen's Divine Blood Demonic Seed quest had finally been completed. He was one step closer to completing the quest. Lu Chen was not in a hurry to get these pieces of equipment. After all, someone was watching him now. Very well, I heard that you guys are fighting for the Divine Martial set. Both are orange sets. Let's see if your Divine Martial set is stronger than my Devil set. Now, Lu Chen wanted to quickly upgrade these equipment to the max defensive equipment would grow by 1 point if it received more than 1000 damage. The Devil's Blade would grow by 1 point for every unit it killed. Where are we going to farm monsters? Lu Chen racked his brains. Where could there be tens of thousands of monsters, or even more, constantly attacking him? If we're talking about the largest number, isn't it, players? Lu Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's right. At the same time, I can also raise the star class of the army's subordinates. When their star class rises, the blood sacrifice shield I can create will also be stronger. Yes, let's go to the main city. Lu Chen did not choose the Chinese server. The Chinese players were already pitiful enough. Because they were in the same server as Lu Chen, they were invaded by the fog and the Gorfiends. Now that the Celestial Mountain main city's guardian beast was gone, let them have a few days of peace. Lu Chen chose the Indian server. Back then, they had also participated in the activities of stopping the Chinese server. Now, it was not too much to collect some interest. Most importantly, they had more people on their side. The Indian server activated the Gorfiends' invasion a few days after the Wuxia server. They thought that if the Wuxia server could withstand it, they could too. In the end, the Indian server did not have Lu Chen. In the end, the Celestial Mountain main city was lost. Now, the Celestial Mountain main city was just a temporary camp. There were no merchants or class mentors. They had to wait until they reached level 30 to go to Firmament City to find them. At 11 p.m., outside the Celestial Mountain camp, a boss suddenly appeared. This made all the players nervous. Is it a monster invasion? The Celestial Mountain is gone, and even the small monsters are bullying us. Brothers, kill it. The Indian server did not have fewer people than the Wuxia server. Suddenly, hundreds of people surrounded the tiger monster. Lu Chen was using the tiger monster's skin. Otherwise, his real body would have exposed his identity. A group of people surrounded Lu Chen and beat him up. Lu Chen had already lowered his defense. This allowed the players around level 20 to deal more than 1000 damage. Lu Chen's HP was now more than before. He had more than 300,000 HP. He could be hit 3,000 times. The growth value of the 3 pieces of armor increased rapidly. Interestingly, as long as he was hit once, the growth value of the 3 pieces of armor would increase by 1. It seemed that the damage was shared. Seeing that the tiger monster's HP had turned black, the players were very excited. Quick, it's going to die. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? 300,000 HP. It's strange that it's not attacking. Who cares? Let's kill it first. However, just when the players thought that they were going to kill the monster's HP suddenly stopped moving as if it was locked. What's going on? Why isn't it losing HP? It's about to die. Is it a skill before it dies? Everyone, don't stop. Continue attacking. Lu Chen adjusted his defense. The group of people were only around level 20. Of course, they could not hit him. Not only could they not hit him, but Lu Chen was also recovering HP quickly. After his physique increased, his HP recovery became faster. In addition, Lu Chen already had a lot of HP recovery equipment. Especially after using taunt, his HP recovery speed was very fast. Soon, his HP was full. While being besieged, Lu Chen was still retreating. He was very familiar with the map here. He was leading the players to a safe place and then releasing the army. The location of the army was also very particular. It was a sealed semicircular area. Lu Chen could block half of the area by himself. The other 3 of the 10 tigers could block the other half. This way, the 8 of them would be responsible for attacking. If anyone in front did not have enough HP, they could substitute from the back and continue to seal the intersection. In order to raise the stars of the army members, Lu Chen raised their levels to level 30 and also raised their stars. Anyway, Lu Chen now had a lot of low-level materials. In exchange for reputation, it was better to raise the stars of the 10 tigers, 8 heads, and 3 fools. After raising their levels and stars, the strength of these guys was extraordinary. The 8 of them shot at the same time and a large group of players fell. Suddenly, the crowd was in a mess. It's the monster army. Quickly tell the players to come back and defend. Fuck, the damage is so high. They are now blocked by us and can't get out. We must not let them out. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone, don't be afraid. We must kill these monsters. Otherwise, our celestial mountain camp will be finished. Last time, because of carelessness, we did not protect the main city. This will not happen again. Kill. The players were very fierce, but Lu Chen was not anxious at all. Instead, he was very excited. Coming here was indeed a wise choice. In a short while, the growth value had risen to 4,000. Lu Chen was at the front. It was just that he had turned off many of his talents. Even so, he was still able to kill one player with each claw. The monster army hid behind Lu Chen and safely attacked, continuously harvesting players' heads. Killing players was still the best. There was no need to wait for them to respawn. As long as they stood there, they could wait for the growth value of their equipment. The number of players killed by the army increased rapidly. At this rate, in just one day, the devil's set would be maxed out. At that time, it would be time for Lu Chen to have a good chat with the closed beta players. Chapter 223. The monster invasion in the Indian server quickly caused an uproar among the Indian server officials. More and more players rushed to the location of the incident. Lu Chen could not understand what they were saying. He could only see that the growth value of his equipment was increasing rapidly. However, the first thing to level up was not his equipment. Ding! Your army's big head has leveled up to 1 star. Big head leveled up. It was important to note that this leveling up was not a quality leveling up. It was similar to the leveling up of an army's rank. Lu Chen looked back and realized that he could not tell which one was Big Head because their heads were bouncing back and forth between the players. He could only look at the attributes panel. A 5-pointed star appeared in front of Big Head's name. Big Head's name became 1-star army member, Big Head. After leveling up, Big Head received a 10% increase in attributes. 10% increase in attributes, not bad. The number of kills was about the same. After Big Head was the first to complete his evolution, the others followed suit. Lu Chen also constantly received system prompts. Ding! Your army's 2 generals have leveled up to 1 star. Ding! Your army's 6 generals have leveled up to 1 star. Okay, let's see if I can fill it up. Lu Chen was quite greedy. It was rare for him to come to the Indian server, so he naturally wanted to maximize the benefits. After Lu Chen appeared, the experts from the Indian server saw that the players were not able to kill the boss. They finally started to rush back from Firmament City. The development of the Indian server had been very stable. They had also participated in the attack on the Wuxia server. Although they had apologized and compensated, Lu Chen did not come to the Indian server, so they managed to avoid a disaster. The Indian server players were also very smart. With the efforts of many people, a prophet found the entrance to the fog forest and started a server-wide mission. After that, the global closed beta players appeared one after another. Under the leadership of the high-level players, some of the rich players reached level 30 and above. At the same time, they started the Blood Demon Invasion server-wide mission. However, in the end, this mission failed. If Lu Chen was willing to look through the emails carefully, he could even find the distress email sent by the chairman of the Indian Server Guild Alliance. Unfortunately, Lu Chen only looked at the emails of a few people. He had too many emails and never looked at the emails of others. Back to the main point. In conclusion, the overall situation of the Indian server was that other than the closed beta players, the Indian server also had quite a number of experts above level 30. However, the level and equipment of the middle-tier players had already fallen behind that of the Wuxia server. Unfortunately, in Lu Chen's eyes, level 30-plus players were no different from level 20-plus players. In order to protect their last campsite, the Indian server players attacked Lu Chen again and again. Fuck, why does the boss stop moving every time its HP drops to 10%? Is this its skill? Its position is too disgusting. I can't even hit the headless corpse behind it. What's going on? Why would the bosses in the Tiger King instance dungeon switch to the back when they're out of HP? Isn't this the tactic of the players? Have all the monsters turned into spirits? Is there no limit to this boss skill? Every time it's out of HP, it won't move, and its HP will recover in a while. How can we kill it? Let's drag it out until it runs out of pure spirit energy. We definitely can't let them destroy the Celestial Mountain campsite. Yes, we have more people. Let's drag it out until it dies. In reality, Lu Chen did not need to spend any pure spirit energy to adjust the percentage of his defense. Recovery of HP was also a passive skill. Lu Chen did not use any skills that required pure spirit energy at all. And the result of this situation was, strengthening growth value, 9 for 45 strengthening growth value, 9 for 51 strengthening growth value, 9 for 66 10 tigers rose in stars, 3 fools rose in stars. Lu Chen was a little bored as he attacked. At this moment, Lu Yi called. Brother, what are you doing? I'm just casually swiping. What's up? Is something the matter? Brother, Stardust and the others are bringing us to the underground mine. They said that we can open the second level of the underground mine after the hidden boss. Is that true? Yes. Then why don't you open it? If we can open the second level, we can go to the level 25 dungeon. Lu Chen thought about it. Now that Lu Yi and the others had leveled up quite a bit, the level 20 dungeon should not be profitable anymore. He could raise his personal dungeon to level 25, but the dungeon's limit was 100,000 times each time. Moreover, each person could only enter it 3 times a day. It was far from enough to level up. The world of the Stone Gate was full of nightmare spirits. Normal players would not be able to enter. Then it seemed that they did not have a suitable dungeon to fight. If they could only fight wild monsters, the efficiency would be too low. Lu Chen might not necessarily care about other people's matters, but Lu Chen would definitely take the time to deal with Wild Waves and Lu Yi's matters. Oh, got it. But I might not have time today. How about this, I'll open the dungeon tomorrow. Okay. Oh, by the way, brother, when we were chatting today, Stardust and the others also said that if you have a conflict with other beta testers, you must call them. Although they're not the strongest, one more person is one more force. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Although Stardust and the others were definitely not a match for those big shots, Lu Chen was very touched that they had the intention. Okay, I'll call them. Only after experiencing battle together could they be called comrades. Lu Chen had no reason to reject them. After farming for an entire day, Lu Chen's equipment, except for the Devil's Blade, which was +3, had all been strengthened by 5. Lu Chen did not activate any attack talents, so his killing speed was not fast. The Devil's Blade being strengthened by 3 was already very good. Fortunately, if he only counted the number of kills, it would not be difficult to find a random dungeon to raise it to 5. In addition, the army members were all 5-star team members. After leveling up to 5-star team members, their basic attributes increased greatly. Although 1-star team members only increased their attributes by 10%, the subsequent team members' attributes increased by 10% with 1 star, 20% with 2 stars, and so on. 5-star team members' basic attributes increased by 150%. The Indian server players were still charging forward, and Lu Chen did not have any more loot. He threw out 500 gold and directly stored the army members, leaving everyone's sight with stealth. The group of players looked at the huge pile of gold coins on the ground, dumbfounded. Is this dropped by the boss? What's there to drop? He still has so much HP, how could he be killed instantly? So it's a gold coin monster. Oh my god, it's all gold coins. Hurry up and pick up the money. They had helped Lu Chen for so long, so 500 gold coins was considered a form of compensation. Lu Chen smiled, spread his wings, and flew into the sky. He found a place where there was no one and went offline. After returning to the Wuxia server, Lu Chen looked at the attributes of the Devil's set. Orange equipment could be strengthened to 5, and the equipment improvement was even greater. The three-dimensional attributes of the 3 pieces of defensive equipment increased from 1,200 to 2,200. Other than the lack of spiritual power, the three-dimensional attributes of the +5 orange equipment were slightly higher than the dark eye of the gods. After strengthening, the special effects would be further enhanced. This was the scariest thing. Take the doppelganger for example. Under the buff of the set, the doppelganger could create 5 doppelgangers. Each doppelganger inherited 80% of the damage and received 150% of the damage. The duration increased to 600 seconds, and the cooldown time. 600 seconds. In other words, the doppelganger would not be idle. Unless the doppelganger died in advance, it could always exist. Fuse the attributes of the Monkey King's reverse blood. This way, I can wear the Devil's set directly in the future. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. Including the wishful staff, Lu Chen now had 5 orange equipment and 1 dark gold equipment. Chapter 224. The Indian server was cheering. They had finally defeated the scariest boss in history. Fighting a boss for almost an entire day was indeed terrifying. After the foreign server players received the news, they all sighed. This boss was too overpowered. Some of the foreign servers that had also lost their Celestial Mountain main city were actually anticipating the arrival of this boss. Players were like that. They often felt that they were stronger. Just because the Indian server didn't defeat it didn't mean that they couldn't. Even without defeating it, it dropped 1,000 gold. If it really dropped, who knew what kind of treasure it would drop? Lu Chen looked at the comments and shook his head slightly. He wasn't interested in going to every server. After a tiring day, Lu Chen should rest. After logging off, Lu Chen saw that Lu Yi's room door was open. She was lying in the gaming cabin and playing games. Lu Chen walked over and knocked on the gaming cabin. "Fatty, do you want to move around in the yard?" "Brother, wait for me. We'll be done after this boss." Lu Chen smiled and sat beside Lu Yi's bed to wait for his sister. Lu Yi still spends a lot of time online every day, but now Lu Yi is no longer the same as when she was in Longteng, where she desperately plays games to make money. She is now able to enjoy the fun brought by games, and Lu Chen is very pleased about this. 10 minutes later, Lu Yi's gaming cabin opened. She came out and saw her brother lying on her bed. "Brother, let's go." Their house had the largest yard in the neighborhood. It was about twice the size of other houses. Su Xiaowei said that there was too much space and they couldn't develop it into their yard. Of course, their house was also more expensive. It was just that Lu Chen bought it at a cheaper price. In the yard, Lu Chen had already installed some simple fitness equipment. For example, there was a horizontal bar by the wall. Lu Chen hadn't used those expensive fitness equipment before. The key was that he just wanted to move his body. He didn't want to be a bodybuilder. He just needed to make some simple equipment. Lu Chen rubbed his hands. Since it was his own yard and no one was watching, he first did a set of military boxing to stretch his muscles. In the past, when Lu Chen practiced military boxing, it was completely like scribbling. After all, he was not a professional and was just exercising his body. However, this time, when Louis saw Lu Chen boxing, her eyes were filled with astonishment. Elder brother's movements were very standard, and his punches were clean and neat. The whole set of punches made people's eyes light up. "Brother, when did your military boxing become so professional?" "Ah." After Lu Chen withdrew his attack, he frowned slightly. "Speaking of which, I also feel a little strange. I feel that my body is lighter than before. Whether it's strength, toughness, or agility, they have all increased by a lot. Brother, it should have something to do with your daily training. Actually, I was scared to death when you sent that manager flying with one punch." Speaking of the previous incident, Lu Chen still remembered it very clearly. "Maybe it's because I was a little angry at the time, but, actually, Lu Chen had a feeling that he didn't say out loud. When he was practicing military boxing, this feeling was even more obvious. It was as if he had returned to the game. In Jiutian, the brain's nerves had always been able to directly sense and control the body's quantum replica. The feeling in the game was actually not much different from the actual person in the game. Especially after a lot of actual combat training, Lu Chen was already used to this feeling. When he was practicing military boxing just now, he seemed to have found a trace of the feeling in the game. Although he didn't know any techniques or skills, he could feel that his body seemed to be more agile, more powerful, and more flexible than before. Could it be related to the game? In the end, Lu Chen didn't say it out loud. Anyone with a normal brain would not think that playing a game could make them stronger. His brain was in the game, but his body was not in the game. Perhaps it was because the brain manager had gone through so many battles and had a lot of experience. Some of his movements were more standard, which affected his feelings. At that moment, Louis suddenly said, "Brother, actually, many people who play Jiutian have a feeling that they have more control over their body." "Huh? Really? Actually, it's very normal. Jiutian is like a brain training simulator. After long-term training of the brain, of course, one's control will be stronger." Louis said disapprovingly, "Brother, in many sci-fi movies, consciousness training is used to achieve the goal of learning and training. Who knows, we might even be as strong as in the game." What Louis said made sense. However, Lu Chen thought about it and ruled out this possibility. "That's impossible. The foundation of Jiutian techniques is spiritual power. We can't have spiritual power, so it's impossible for us to become so terrifying. Moreover, it's useless to just have control over your brain. If your muscles can't complete certain movements, even if you know how to use them, you won't be able to do it." Louis shrunk her neck and stuck out her tongue. "That's true. Hee, I was just kidding. Nobody expects to become an immortal just by playing games. Don't just talk and don't practice. You should exercise too. If you play games all day, be careful of muscle atrophy." Lu Chen threatened. Coming. In that case, teach me military boxing." "Sure, then learn from me. Get into the first position. Raise your hands a little higher, stand firm, suck in your stomach, and puff out your chest." "Brother, isn't it a little too perverted to ask a girl to puff out her chest?" "Hey, don't touch my waist, it's itchy." "Who's tickling you?" "I'll tell you to suck in your stomach." "You're supposed to suck in your stomach and puff out your chest. Wasn't it your brother who bathed you in the past? You're still shy when you're like an airport runway. That was in the past. Ha, it's so itchy. You're so ticklish, you must have a lot of fat. You're the one with a lot of fat. No, I'll tickle you and see if you can hold it in. Look, I'm not at all. Hey, that's too much. You don't have to use so much strength. Hee, you naughty girl, don't run." The laughter of the siblings could be heard in the spacious courtyard. In the past, they only knew how to make a living. It had been a long time since they played so happily. That day, Lu Chen finally slept early. When he woke up the next day, he was full of energy and had maxed out energy. Sure enough, it's better to have a regular rest schedule. Even when playing games, I'm full of energy. After entering the game, Lu Chen first returned to his territory and spent 200 gold coins to upgrade his personal dungeon to a level 25 dungeon. Then, he went straight to the underground mine. Since I'm here, I might as well tame the divine beasts here. With Lu Chen's current attributes, he would not be afraid even if he encountered a white tiger. Lu Chen passed the first level easily and killed the Abyss Zombie King. Lu Chen looked at the Devil's Blade. It did not increase its growth points. Maybe the level of the monsters here is too low. Let's open the second level then. You are about to open the second level of the underground abyss. Are you sure? Yes. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a headache came. A new announcement appeared in the Wuxia server. Congratulations to Solipsistic for opening the second level of the underground abyss, level 25. Player Solipsistic has received the title, Adventure King. In an instant, the Wuxia server became lively. Chapter 225. A group of people was watching the live stream on the official website when they saw the system message. What kind of monster is Mad God? He's really amazing. Another title. How many titles has Mad God gotten? A level 25 dungeon. That's great. I'm now level 27, and I'm worried about finding a suitable dungeon. Speaking of which, there's a second floor in the underground mine. No one has discovered it yet. The King of Adventure reward only provided 10% of the player's base health. It didn't seem like a difficult title to obtain. Of course, this was only for Lu Chen. After all, not everyone could clear the first floor of the underground mine in 6 minutes. Perhaps some of the closed beta players could do it, but they were not allowed to enter maps below level 30. Naturally, they couldn't complete the challenge. Lu Chen was also used to the system sending him on TV. After all, there weren't many people who didn't know about Solipsistic. An extra 10% of my base stats isn't bad. The ground in front of Lu Chen suddenly collapsed into a huge pit. From the outside, it looked dark. This should be the entrance to the second floor. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and directly entered the second floor. On the second floor of the underground mine, the monsters here were still mine zombies. However, their levels were higher. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was now level 44, and these monsters didn't drop anything. Lu Chen quickly cleared the second floor without any pressure. Defeating the second floor's boss didn't even drop anything. Your dungeon clearing time is less than 10 minutes. The dungeon's hidden boss will be activated. Come on. Lu Chen calmly waited. Lu Chen thought back to the time when he fought the Abyss zombies. However, he was no longer the same as before. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of a level 25 dungeon's hidden boss. 3 hours later, Lu Chen had opened the 7th floor of the underground mine. 7th floor, level 50 dungeon. These 3 hours were the fastest 2 hours of Wuxia's system announcements. There were a total of 5 announcements, and all of them were about Solipsistic opening a new dungeon. The announcements constantly stimulated the players' nerves. By the time the 7th floor was opened, the players were completely crazy. Mad God is going crazy. He actually managed to level up a level 50 dungeon from a level 20 underground mine. There are actually 7 levels in the underground mine. Others couldn't even open a single level, but Mad God managed to open the 50th level all by himself. Mad God seems to have a lot of free time today. Other than the first time Lu Chen opened a new instance dungeon and obtained the title of King of Adventurers, he did not receive any new titles in the subsequent 5 floors. Lu Chen felt depressed. Not only was he not given a title, but he also had to appear on TV. He felt that he had suffered a loss. Starting from the level 45 instance dungeon on the 6th floor, Lu Chen could finally obtain instance dungeon rewards. There was a blue set and a few purple ones. Their stats were not bad and were stronger than the Monkey King set. Unfortunately, there were no orange ones. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was no longer interested in purple equipment. Even if he wanted to change his equipment, he would at least change it to level 50 purple equipment. Lu Chen planned to strengthen the equipment that he could before throwing them into the trading point. Another piece of good news was that starting from the second floor, the Devil's Blade could finally be strengthened. There were many zombies in the underground mine. After clearing one floor, the Devil's Blade's growth had increased by 1,000 points. By the sixth floor, it had already grown by 5,000 points. The seventh floor was a level 50 instance dungeon. Lu Chen still managed to clear it within 6 minutes. With the Devil's set, Lu Chen's strength had greatly increased. Normal level 50 instance dungeons were no longer difficult for him. However, after clearing the 7th floor, there was no hidden boss. There was only a notification that he could exit the instance dungeon. Lu Chen was puzzled. That's it? What about the Divine Beast? Did I miss something before? Lu Chen thought for a moment. In order not to miss any clues, he had carefully checked the instance dungeon before. With his eyesight, he should not have missed anything. Even the hidden boss did not appear. Could it be that I took too long? To be honest, Lu Chen was not in a hurry. Therefore, when clearing the instance dungeon, he was a little casual. The hidden boss on the first few floors only appeared in 6 minutes. Therefore, Lu Chen did not have to rush at all. Forget it. I'll try again. I'll just treat it as increasing the Devil's Blade's growth. Lu Chen thought for a moment. He had been on TV so many times just now. He might as well let Xiao Min make him invisible before exiting the instance dungeon. Outside the instance dungeon, there was a sea of people. Many people could not wait to enter the new instance dungeon. In order to enter the instance dungeon first, many people were forming casual parties. Is there anyone forming a party? Level 30 Tier 2 pharmacist looking for a party on the 2nd floor. Level 25 party missing 2. A tank and a talisman master. Talisman masters could provide support abilities. However, at present, their use in instance dungeons was limited. However, in the underground mine instance dungeon, talisman masters were especially popular. The most important thing was their attack method. Talisman attacks. Talisman attacks could deal 200% damage to zombies. This was quite terrifying. It could be said that in the underground mine instance dungeon, talisman masters were the most popular profession. As long as one was a talisman master, there would be people fighting for their low-level equipment. Lu Chen did not appear and directly entered the instance dungeon. The Hell Mine instance dungeon had a special feature. The previous floors did not need to be cleared again. As long as the players had cleared the mine before, they could actively choose to enter the next floor. When that time came, they could directly enter the instance dungeon and enter the floor that they had not cleared previously. In order to save time, Lu Chen directly chose the 7th floor and re-challenged it. This time, Lu Chen worked a little harder and instantly reduced the time to less than 5 minutes. This time, the system finally notified him. You cleared the 7th floor of the underground mine instance dungeon in 4 minutes and 49 seconds. Your strength has attracted the interest of a certain underground creature. Please continue to increase your clearance speed. This certain creature. Could it be a divine beast? Speaking of which, it is obviously interested. Why doesn't it come out? Does it have to be so arrogant? Since he had a clear direction, Lu Chen became serious. If it's still not possible within 5 minutes, very well, I'll shorten the time again. It was his 3rd attempt at the 7th floor. As soon as he entered the instance dungeon, Lu Chen immediately moved his hands and instantly rushed to the wild monsters, pulling them into the boss room. In order to shorten the time, Lu Chen used quick movement a second time and continued to pull the monsters. You cleared the 7th floor of the underground mine instance dungeon in 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Your strength has attracted the interest of a certain underground creature. Please continue to increase your clearance speed. Damn, 2.5 minutes isn't enough for you to appear. I'm really curious what kind of creature this divine beast is. Lu Chen looked at the data in shock and gritted his teeth. It was his 4th attempt at the 7th floor. Doppelganger. As soon as Lu Chen entered the instance dungeon, he immediately activated the skill. The doppelganger of the Devil's Jacket could use the skill. Jiao's 5 doppelganger and Lu Chen's original body split into 6 paths and pulled the monsters at the same time. 1 minute later, Lu Chen finally completed the instance dungeon. You cleared the 7th floor of the underground mine instance dungeon in 1 minute and 44 seconds. Your strength has attracted the interest of a certain underground creature. Your killing spree has attracted the attention of a hidden boss. Please wait for a moment. Lu Chen was slightly surprised and his breathing quickened. Please, it has to be a divine beast. Chapter 226. While waiting, the surrounding environment gradually began to turn into a black sea of fire. The boss had not appeared yet, but Lu Chen had already begun to lose HP. He was losing 3000 HP per second. Damn, what's going on? Lu Chen hurriedly used his wings to fly into the air. Damn, there's no place to stand. Looking down at the black flames below, Lu Chen saw clearly that the flames below were not black flames, but purple flames. It was just that they were purple to the point of blackening. Lu Chen only felt his scalp tingle. The upcoming boss was more ferocious than the two-headed hellhound. A phoenix's cry. From the sea of fire, a huge figure emerged. Lu Chen's breathing was a little rapid. It seemed that he already knew what the boss was. One of the 4 ultimate beasts. Purple Flame Phoenix. The good news was that Lu Chen had found another mythical beast. The bad news was that this guy was not easy to deal with. When this guy spread its wings, it was 20 to 30 meters long. Its whole body was covered in purple flames as it flew in the air. Every time it flapped its wings, the flames on the ground burned brighter. When the boss appeared, Lu Chen took a deep breath. It was estimated that he could not stand on the ground. This is the first time I've fought in an aerial battle. Exciting. In the air, Lu Chen found that some of his skills could not be used. For example, his most commonly used skills, Earth-Splitting Chasm and Monkey King's Blood. Earth-Splitting Chasm could not be used at all. Monkey King's Blood retained HP, but it could not shock the ground and cause stun. 2 control skills, both could not be used. The boss had appeared, and the battle soon began. Lu Chen first opened a low-level clone, created an illusion, and controlled the illusion to attack the Purple Flame Phoenix. As soon as the illusion approached the Phoenix, it was hit by the burning debuff, losing 10,000 HP per second. Damn, I brought my own sacrifice. The clone created by the special effect of the Wishful Staff suffered 200% damage. If it was Lu Chen himself, it should be 5,000 HP per second. The illusion stared at the burning damage and hit 3 consecutive hits, causing more than 200,000 damage. If I were the main body, I would have twice the damage of my doppelganger, which would be 400,000 damage. After using Tiger Descends, I would be able to deal 800,000 damage. Plus the damage from poisoning, it's about 1 million. Lu Chen quickly calculated the damage in his mind. This guy has 5 million HP. He's on the same level as the White Tiger, the guardian beast of the Celestial Mountain. It shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, the Purple Flame Phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a strong black light. Lu Chen did not control the doppelganger to dodge, and the strong light instantly enveloped the doppelganger. A large amount of damage quickly appeared above the doppelganger's head. Minus 50,000, minus 50,000, minus 50,000. Currently, Lu Chen's HP was around 450,000. Before Lu Chen could react, the doppelganger had already been killed. Holy shit, this damage, is so fierce. Lu Chen's eyes widened. And his HP regeneration is so fast. It's over 50,000 HP in such a short time. Hahaha, as expected of an ultimate dire beast. I like it. Purple Flame Ni Huang was probably very depressed as well. This guy was actually not afraid at all. Instead, he was laughing happily. Go to hell, human. Blazing laser. With the eye of the dark gods, Lu Chen had already learned the direction of the laser. He quickly moved and dodged. Very good, you're very strong. You're qualified to experience the power of the devil equipment set. Just nice, I also want to see how strong I am now. Lu Chen gradually stopped smiling, and his eyes burned with excitement. With Lu Chen's current strength, it was already very difficult to find a worthy opponent in the first heaven. Transform. Lu Chen first activated the special effect that he was most looking forward to. After the equipment was strengthened to level 5, the transformation also became stronger. The basic attributes increased by 450%, and the HP regeneration in battle was 9,000 per second for 300 seconds. At this time, Lu Chen had become a terrifying black demon with 2 horns on his head and a pair of wings. He was more than 15 meters tall, and his muscles were taut, surrounded by a black aura. Powerful, powerful, evil, ha 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 ha, I finally have a more handsome style. Not bad, I like this image. Lu Chen laughed now, looking even more sinister. No rush, there's still. Doppelganger. This time, he used Lu Chen's strongest doppelganger skill. 80% of the damage was inherited, and only 150% of the damage was received. At the same time, there were 5 doppelgangers. After the transformation, the doppelgangers would inherit the attributes after the transformation. This was terrifying. 6 against 1, will beat you to death. The 6 doppelgangers used rapid movement at the same time and pounced on Purple Flame Ni Huang. No one would believe what happened next. The 6 flying giant demons faced the legendary ultimate beast, Purple Flame Ni Huang's remnant soul, and gave it a good beating. Lu Chen's basic attributes were originally high, and with the increase of 5 times, his attack speed was very fast. Pa, 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 pa. The phoenix was beaten until it was dizzy. Most importantly, there were all kinds of terrifying critical hits and various poisons floating around. It was impossible to see who was attacking. On the other hand, Lu Chen quickly came out of spirit-gathering vein sealing. The phoenix did not even have the chance to use all of its skills before it became mute. Although the phoenix was only a divine beast remnant soul, it was still one of the 4 ultimate beasts. In the end, it did not even last 10 seconds under Lu Chen's hands, and was killed. However, Lu Chen found that he did not retreat from the battle. Not long later, the phoenix was reborn. Lu Chen smiled, that's true. Which phoenix can't be reborn? Since it was reborn, then, let's do it again. The 6 demons went up and gave it another beating. Purple Flame Ni Huang was also depressed. After being reborn, it did not last 10 seconds. Did she not want her face? Killed Purple Flame Ni Huang's remnant soul. Captured 5 million world aura. Obtained 5 rank 8 talent fragments. Obtained 5 evolution points. Ding! Obtained Purple Flame Ni Huang Summoning Stone, optional. Obtained rank 3 Soul Source Core X1. Obtained Soul Source Fragments X40. Obtained rank 1 Spirit Gathering Pills X5. Obtained Magic Weapon, Flame Rebirth, Purple, haha, rank 3 Soul Source Core. My territory can get another Soul Source. There is also a Purple Magic Weapon. I can open another equipment slot. Lu Chen looked at the flame rebirth stats. The base stats only increased by a few hundred and there was only one special effect. However, this special effect was more than enough. Rebirth. Ha 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 ha, cool. This time, the biggest gain from fighting Purple Flame Ni Huang was that Lu Chen had a clearer understanding of his own abilities. 5 million health was no longer a problem. He could challenge even stronger opponents. The demon set is really strong. It is worthy of being called a divine artifact. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he thought of those 3 words in his mind. Tong Tian Tower. I wonder if I can defeat the so-called Heaven Domain boss! It was said that even the top closed beta player teams were far from being able to defeat a Heaven Domain boss. The best way is to use them as practice. Chapter 227. It was not too late today. It was enough time for Lu Chen to upgrade the Devil's Edge to max out. He chose to upgrade it at the Fiend City ruins. He could also farm a few Monkey King outfits there. After upgrading it to 4, the Monkey King's reverse blood effect would be transferred to the Devil's Edge. After completing the equipment fusion, the Devil's Edge was in its strongest form. However, Lu Chen did not equip the Devil's Edge. He still wore the Monkey King's equipment. Everything was ready. Lu Chen was looking forward to the moment when he fought with the beta testers. However, Lu Chen did not want to go now. The current Lu Chen felt a kind of loneliness. The loneliness of being invincible. If he went to find the beta testers now, it would probably be a simple slaughter. There was no meaning at all. Aren't those guys farming for the Divine Martial set? Then I'll give them 2 days. I hope they don't disappoint me. At 7 p.m., Lu Chen planned to go to the desert map. Those beta testers had many purple mounts. He did not know which map they came from. After a few rounds, Lu Chen found an abandoned city behind a sand dune. The city gate was locked. Lu Chen was about to open the gate when a system notification appeared. You are planning to enter the instance dungeon, City of 100 Ghosts, 4. It's actually a instance dungeon. Lu Chen entered the instance dungeon without hesitation. At this moment, Leng Noa sent a voice transmission. Boss, I have someone here. He wants to be your disciple. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Oh, right. He had reached level 42 a long time ago. The system did prompt him to activate the Master and Disciple system. However, he was leveling up in the ancient battlefield and did not pay attention to it. Later on, he forgot about it. If Lu Chen wanted to take in a disciple, he would take in Lu Yi. He would not take in anyone else. Lu Chen was about to refuse when Leng Noa said, he said that if you are willing to take him in as a disciple, he is willing to pay. 80 million, 80 million. Lu Chen swallowed back the words of refusal. Do you have to be so rich? Although Lu Chen wasn't short of money right now, with his daily income of 200,000 gold coins from his personal dungeon, and the enhanced equipment he had placed in the trading post had long since been snatched up by others, earning him another few million gold coins. However, the number of gold coins was still too attractive. However, after carefully looking at the master and apprentice system, Lu Chen understood why the fees for apprenticeship were so expensive. In the master and apprentice system, players could take in apprentices when they reached level 42, and apprentices could leave their apprenticeship when they reached level 40. This way, the master could earn merits and exchange them for some items in the merit system. These props were actually quite good. There were ancient materials, high-grade cultivation techniques, spirit source fragments, spirit energy pills, and so on. These were similar to other games. The biggest feature of Jyotian's master-disciple system was that even if the disciple graduated or became a master, the master-disciple relationship would be permanently bound. The disciple's future achievements would be influenced by the master for the rest of his life. If someone killed his disciple, his master's reputation would be severely damaged. Why was there such a setting? Because if the disciple you handed over was killed, it only meant that you were incapable. It had nothing to do with whether or not you were the judge. That was probably the reason. Once bound, it would be for life. Therefore, as a master, he would definitely do his best to nurture his disciple. Even if exquisite Zixin charged a fee to take in a disciple, after taking in the crown prince of the royal family, he had been bringing him to level up, wanting to avenge him. To be able to receive nameless nurturing was not only quantified by level. Moreover, Jiutian had only opened up the first celestial domain. There was still a long way to go. In that case, it was understandable that he had to pay 80 million for apprenticeship. Lu Chen thought about it. As for Lu Yi, it was fine as long as she had fun. If she wanted to level up one day, he could bring her along. If others bullied her, it would be even more impossible. The Korean server that bullied Lu Yi last time only had 4 mythical beasts now. Actually, it was not necessary to take in a disciple. Speaking of which, Lu Yi had said that Stardust wanted to take her as his disciple. That girl did not even mention anything about taking her as his disciple. It was probably because she did not want to borrow his power. Boss, he asked me to pass the message to you. He even gave Quanlang 200,000 as an errand fee. That girl really wants to be your disciple. So it was a girl. Nuanyuan, did you tell her that if she becomes my disciple, she might be targeted more easily? Nameless made a lot of enemies. Moreover, they were all closed beta players. It was not easy to be a nameless disciple. This. 80 million. I don't dare to say much. You should tell her yourself. She's here now. Without knowing Lu Chen's intentions, Leng Nuanyuan did not dare to ruin Lu Chen's business. Naturally, it was not convenient for her to say these words. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Did she really want to be his disciple that much? However, due to the strictness of the Jiutian master-disciple system, Lu Chen could not simply take in a disciple. After thinking about it, Lu Chen said, "Got it. Let her go back first. I'll think about it. I'll go to the dungeon first." The City of 100 Ghosts dungeon was the best dungeon for level 40 and above. It gave high EXP, rich drops, and densely packed monsters. In particular, there was a defensive quest in the dungeon. He needed to protect a little girl within a set time. With endless evil spirits pouncing on him, he could farm a large number of monsters without running. This quest was simply giving free EXP to Lu Chen. With the Devil's Greed buff, he gained 16 million EXP in half an hour. If I knew there was such a good place, I would have farmed for weapon growth here. Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. After 45 minutes, Lu Chen came out of the dungeon. I don't have a mount. Where did they get those purple mounts? The EXP is pretty good. I got more than 20 million EXP in one go. I'll probably reach level 45 after 2 more. I'll also check if there are any places I missed or hidden bosses. The second time, the third time, 2.5 hours later, after 3 runs of the City of 100 Ghosts, Lu Chen was already level 45. However, there were no unexpected gains. In fact, the closed beta players brought their apprentices to the City of 100 Ghosts for the EXP. The EXP here was pretty good, but the equipment was mediocre. Mounts were even more out of the question. This dungeon is boring. I'm leaving. Lu Chen shook his head, slightly disappointed. At this moment, Len Noa sent a voice message. Boss, are you done with the dungeon? That girl hasn't left yet. She said that you'll definitely return to the guild. She must wait for you. Huh? Lu Chen was stunned. That girl was still waiting for him after waiting for more than 2 hours. She probably didn't understand the situation. In fact, he rarely went to the Mad Waves Guild. She's so stubborn. Lu Chen thought about it and decided to go back. After returning to the territory, he flew to the immortal mountain, Mad Waves. At 10 p.m., the Mad Waves territory was still bustling with people. Now, Mad Waves was a level 2 guild with 1,000 people. Someone in the crowd saw Lu Chen and immediately exclaimed. "Look, it's Brother Nameless, it's our team leader. Wow, it's really the team leader. This is the first time I've seen the team leader since I joined the guild." "Hello, team leader." Lu Chen smiled. He wasn't someone who liked to put on airs, let alone to his own people. After entering the guild hall, Lu Chen saw a beauty dueling with Lu Yi. Duel. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Chapter 228. In the arena, Wild Wave Yi was staring at her opponent. In front of her stood a valiant beauty. The word beauty was not a polite way of saying it. This woman was truly beautiful. Her long hair was tied up high, and her pair of bright eyes were like a crescent lake, clear and somewhat stubborn. Her facial features were exquisite, and her face shape was not that of an internet celebrity. It was just the right amount of flesh. At this moment, when she frowned, not only did it not make people feel that she was fierce, but it also made people feel that she was too cute. Her equipment was also very unique. It was actually a set of equipment that Lu Chen had never seen before. She was covered in white sand, giving off the feeling of a fairy who had just descended to the mortal world. It can't be a costume, right? Speaking of which, costumes were too difficult to drop, and it seemed that they were almost never dropped in dungeons. Only monsters in the wild would drop them. Ever since Lu Chen got the 100-flower dress, he rarely went to the wild, so naturally he couldn't get any costumes. Lu Chen still remembered that when he was around level 10, a 100-flower dress was sold for more than 100,000 yuan. The appearance of this set was even more beautiful than the 100-flower dress, so the price was definitely not cheap. Those who could afford 80 million probably wouldn't feel any heartache even if it was a few 100,000 or even a few million. There was no lack of beauties in Wild Wave. Lu Yi, Little Mei, and Hua Luo would definitely have no lack of suitors in real life, and the top ones would be Lang Noa and Xian Xian. However, in front of this frost on an autumn night, even Lang Noa paled in comparison. Lu Chen thought of a phrase that he often heard in idol dramas, "You're especially cute when you're angry." He had never felt it before, but now he felt it from this girl. "Boss, you're back." Lang Noa saw Lu Chen and walked over. "They are?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "Hey, when that girl saw Yi come back, she wanted to duel with her." "Ah. What?" Lang Noa whispered in Lu Chen's ear, "It's all because of 10 Steps' big mouth. He said that you and Yi look like husband and wife." Husband and wife? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. This 10 Steps guy was too gossipy. How was that a husband and wife look? Although he looked like his father and his sister looked more like their mother, they were still siblings after all. It was inevitable that there would be some similarities. When it came to 10 Steps, it became a husband and wife look. Then that girl wanted to duel with Yi. I think she's most likely your fan. Lu Chen felt like his head was about to explode. The two of them were completely ignoring him, and looked like they were ready to attack. Fine, let Lu Yi test this girl's skills. Let's see if she has potential first. Lu Yi's strength was very strong. If she could last a few minutes under Lu Yi's hands, she would at least pass the test of potential. The battle was about to start. As a martial artist, Lu Yi was naturally the first to get close. However, as a sword spirit, Chuya Ningxuang naturally could not let Lu Yi get close. 10,000 Swords Art. Lu Chen had already seen the release position of the Frost Thousand Swords secret art, which was right in front of him. He's quite confident. It should be known that for such a powerful martial art, directly relying on prediction to release it was very risky. With one less killer move, the threat to the enemy would be greatly reduced. However, there were two sides to the story. This sudden move, once it hit, could also cause unexpected results. Now, Lu Chen was worried about his sister. Could she have been hit by the Frost Thousand Sword secret art? Lu Yi was indeed a professional player. Seeing that the opponent was about to attack, she quickly changed her route. As expected of his sister. This silly girl's skills and awareness were quite good. She had some of his style. The 7 swords stabbed in front of Ningxuang. Although they did not hit Lu Yi, it gave him enough time to pull away. Divine sword guides the way. Lu Yi did not panic. She dodged the first part of the sword. Snow-seeking plum blossom. After a few steps, Lu Yi closed the distance between her and Ningxuang. Divine sword guides the way, second part. Ningxuang dodged while quickly changing her moves. Lu Yi quickly braked and suddenly changed her direction. Ningxuang smiled. It seemed that she had successfully blocked her opponent again. However, at this moment, Lu Yi directly activated a martial artist's displacement skill. Back thrust. Lu Yi turned around and stabbed. At the same time, her body and sword quickly stabbed towards Ningxuang. This move changed too quickly. Especially when Lu Yi combined her moves to dodge the second part of the divine sword guides the way, it was easy to mistake her for simply dodging the skill. Who would have known that it was actually a killing move? Ningxuang's reaction was not slow either. Seeing that Lu Yi was about to stab her, Ningxuang fiercely stomped on the ground. Monkey King's reverse blood. This girl actually had the Monkey King's coat. Well, she was wearing clothes, so one would not be able to tell that it was an equipment. You. Lu Yi was also shocked. This was a 3-second stun skill. However, it was too late to dodge now. She could only use a more aggressive method. Golden Cauldron Imperial Bell. First, she increased her defense. Back thrust, second part. Lu Yi directly threw her sword. With a loud bang, Lu Yi was stunned. However, Ningxuang was unable to attack. Ningxuang did not expect Yi to use the second part of the back thrust before the first part was finished. In her haste, she was still stabbed by the sword and was sent flying. This time, not only did she not have time to attack Yi, she did not even have the chance to recover her health from the Monkey King's reverse blood. Lang Nuo looked at the two girls in shock. She could not help but sigh. Both of them are so strong. Lu Chen smiled. Not bad. In terms of the situation, it's about the same. However, in terms of skill, Yi is better. Ningxuang has a few areas where she did not use her skills properly. As the saying goes, an expert looks at the skill. This level of skill naturally could not enter Lu Chen's eyes. He could casually pick out a bunch of problems with it. Lu Chen walked over and said to the two girls, "All right, stop playing. It doesn't have to be a winner." Seeing that her brother had returned, Lu Yi walked to Lu Chen's side. "Who wants to fight with her?" "She's the one who wants to fight with me." The girl was too focused on the duel and only now did she see Lu Chen. When she saw Lu Chen, she did not want to fight anymore. He was nameless. The girl's face blushed slightly. This was the first time she stood in front of Nameless. This was the man who had made her nervous and excited countless times. Of course, this was also the man who had shocked her countless times. This feeling was similar to chasing after a celebrity or having a crush on someone. "I've been paying attention to you for a long time, but you don't even know me," Chuya Ningxuang was Li Chuning. It was not easy for her to convince her father to let her become Nameless disciple. 80 million was not a small number. Li Zhuguang had considered it many times. If his daughter could become Nameless disciple, it would have a huge impact on the entire company in Zhoutian. Perhaps in the future, Nameless could be a bridge between TT and the other guilds under the group. However, Nameless' current situation was not optimistic. Everyone knew about his conflict with the closed beta players. No matter how strong Nameless was, could he go against the entire closed beta team? Li Zhuguang could not make up his mind. In the end, what made him make up his mind was not a rational analysis, but his precious daughter's pestering. "Dad, many people didn't think highly of Nameless, but didn't they all get slapped in the face by Nameless? Besides, I really want to be his disciple. I admire him. I like him." "Ah. You like him?" No, it's not what you think. It's just that I like his style very much." "Really? Really? I don't care. I want to be Nameless' disciple. Dad, I also want to make a name for myself in Zhoutian. Nameless doesn't have a disciple yet. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Just let me go." Li Zhuguang had a feeling that this time, he might lose money and his daughter. Chapter 229. It was much more difficult to meet John Doe than he had imagined. If it were someone else, he would have rushed back with 80 million yuan to be John Doe's disciple. However, Nameless was also a ruthless person. She even said that she would consider it. Of course, this also showed that Nameless' worth was not something an ordinary person could compare to. "Nameless, nice to meet you." Xiao Ning was indeed a lady from a respectable family. Her shyness was only temporary. She walked up to Nameless and said, "You said that there were many problems with my technique. I don't believe you. Boss, I was only slightly better than her just now. I'm clearly much better than her." Lu Yi was also unhappy. Her brother's evaluation of her was obviously too low. "I can't do that. You're better than me. I still have many techniques that I haven't used yet." Qiu Ning was unconvinced. "Me too. If you're not convinced, let's continue the match. Let's do it. I'm not afraid of you." Lu Chen was also speechless. These two girls were not willing to admit defeat. If he didn't explain it clearly, they would probably have to fight for a while longer. Perhaps one round wasn't enough. They would have to fight a few more rounds. Stop fooling around. Lu Chen spoke. "Since you want to know your own shortcomings, I'll tell you." Nameless' personal comments made even Ing Jun and the others who were watching from the door ran over and leaned in to listen. You have to remember one thing. Whether it's a duel or an encounter in the wild, Zhoutian is like a high degree of realism. They only look at the result, not the process. So, if I were you, I would be more careful when I see the opponent wearing fashionable clothes. I wouldn't be as reckless as you." Lu Yi was stunned. Wasn't the reason why she couldn't avoid the Monkey King's reverse blood because she was careless? If it were a professional player, a stun might have ended the battle. At that time, who would she find and say that she didn't know the opponent's skills because he was wearing fashionable clothes? Lu Chen continued, "Furthermore, your intentions were too obvious. Anyone could tell that you wanted to get close to her. That's why Ning Shuang's bold prediction at the beginning was effective later on. Although you cleverly combined your attacks and dodges to achieve a pretty good result, it's also because your intentions were too obvious. You only wanted to get close to me. That's why the Monkey King's reverse blood could easily hit you. If it was me, as long as you were hit by a single Monkey King's reverse blood, you would already be dead." Others might be bragging when they said this, but Lu Chen was absolutely qualified to say such words. Once controlled by an expert, it was equivalent to a death sentence. After listening to her brother's analysis, Lu Yi remained silent and seriously digested her brother's guidance. In the past, her brother had also taught her this when they were playing games. This girl's learning ability was very strong, which was why she had the strength she had today. Seeing that his sister was digesting, Lu Chen didn't disturb her. He turned his head and said to Chuya Ning Shuang, who was also stunned, "As for you. As an amateur player, your strength and reaction are pretty good. However, it wasn't wise to use the 10,000 sword secret art at the beginning. Why would you use the 10,000 sword secret art when you could have done it with the 10,000 sword secret art? The reason why EE dared to approach so unscrupulously was because you had already used the 10,000 sword secret art. Without any skills that would make people wary, the enemy would have even less scruples. If you reversed the 10,000 sword secret art and the immortal sword secret art, not only would you be able to stop EE's advance the first time, but she definitely wouldn't dare to use a counterattack in front of an AoE skill the second time. In addition, your reaction was half a beat too slow. Before confirming that the opponent was stunned, don't take any chances. Your Monkey King's reverse blood was broken because you were careless. In short, you used your trump card too early. If I were you, I wouldn't be in a hurry to reveal my skills before I was sure that I could deal a lot of damage to the opponent. Once exposed, it would be one after another, and the opponent wouldn't be able to react. Qiu Ning blinked her eyes. Lin Sun had taught her a lot before, but compared to Nameless' advice, many of the concepts were completely different. Lin Sun's style was to gradually build up an advantage, while Nameless' style was to directly kill the opponent. Sheik muttered, in other games, gradually building up an advantage might be a good choice, but Zhoutian is different. In Zhoutian, it's either life or death. One hit is the way of the king. Stardust was also watching the show. He said faintly, Nameless' understanding of the game is far beyond the average person's. Yeah, this is the difference between an expert and a top expert. Ingjun shook his head and sighed, boss's points are very accurate. We've learned a lot from listening to it. Stardust was right. Nameless had fought against a large number of top experts in the ancient battlefield. He had even activated 100% pain perception. His understanding of the game was far beyond the average person's. Whether it was Lu Yi or Li Qiu Ning, their little willfulness could only vanish in front of Nameless. Nameless' analysis hit the nail on the head, and they could only absorb it greedily. After a long time, Ning Xuang looked at Nameless with even more determination. Nameless, I want to be your disciple. Can you take me in? I'll learn from you in the future. I promise I won't throw a tantrum. Lu Chen smiled faintly. This girl really has a cute side. Speaking of which, the first test should be considered passed. Lu Yi was still very strong. It was not easy for Ning Xuang to reach this level no matter what methods she used. If you become my disciple, you might be assassinated by other beta testers. I'm not afraid. I'll learn well and not embarrass you, master. I won't guide you often, and I won't always bring you along, Lu Chun said directly. Then, 1 week, no, how about 2 weeks? Is it okay if you guide me once? This. I won't go that far. If I accept a disciple, I'll guide you when I have time. That's not a problem. My disciple has to be obedient, I promise I won't throw a tantrum. You can ask me to serve tea or run errands. Lu Chen thought about it. Ning Xuang has a lot of potential. She's also very interesting. She has a bit of a temper, but there's no problem with her character. The key is that she's beautiful. Bringing along a beautiful disciple shouldn't be too boring. Ning Xuang's temper and background had its advantages. She would not panic whenever she encountered a big situation. She would be able to show off in the future. Moreover, there was 80 million. Everyone was a little nervous when Nameless suddenly stopped talking. Was Nameless Bro going to accept a disciple? This wasn't a joke. This was the first time a normal player was accepting a disciple, and it was one of the strongest players in the Huaxia server. The other strongest player was Mad God, but there was no news of Mad God accepting a disciple. There was a tense atmosphere in the air. Everyone was waiting for Nameless' decision, especially Ning Xuang. She looked at Lu Chen without blinking. She was so nervous that her heart was beating faster. Would Nameless Bro accept her as his disciple? After a long time, Lu Chen finally spoke. Alright, I'll accept you as my disciple. Everyone was silent for a full 2 seconds. Then, a scream could be heard. Ah! That's great! Ning Shuang screamed excitedly and hugged Ling Nuo. Sister Nuo, I'm Nameless Bro's disciple. Huh, Ning Shuang, congratulations. Yeah, Ning Shuang, didn't you say you wanted to join Wild Waves? Since you're boss disciple, then you can join Wild Waves. We'll be a family from now on. Chapter 230. News of Nameless Bro taking in a disciple spread like wildfire. If anyone wanted to know more about Nameless, Lil Ming's live stream was the best place to seek confirmation. Brother Lil Ming, did Nameless really take in a disciple? How much does Nameless Bro charge? Who's so lucky to be able to become Nameless Bro's disciple? I'm so jealous. Lil Ming then repeated the process of taking in a disciple to everyone. When the group heard it, they were even more shocked. 80 million. Oh my god, I knew Zhoutian people made money quickly, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. See? Don't be jealous. Not everyone can become Nameless Bro's disciple. First, you have to have 80 million, it's actually a beauty. Does Nameless Bro want to develop a master-disciple relationship? Nameless Bro has a lot of female fans now. Among my friends, when I talk about Nameless Bro, the reactions of the girls are even more exaggerated than when they talk about top celebrities. Don't compare Nameless Bro to little fresh meats. Nameless Bro is a real man, okay, 80 million to become his disciple. Nameless Bro has to think twice about it. Fine, is this the world of the rich? Forgive me for not understanding. C City, TT Club headquarters. Lin Sun was chasing after Li Chuning. Chuning, can you mention our TT Club from time to time? If we meet Nameless Bro in the future, we can at least get to know each other. Of course I will. I've already promised my dad to introduce my master to TT Club. You've just become his disciple and you've changed your mind pretty quickly. Hee, of course he's calling me master. I'm the only one who can call him that now. Li Chuning said proudly, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to bed early today. My master said he'll take me to level tomorrow. Seeing Li Chuning skipping away, the smile on Lin Sun's face gradually turned bitter. After spending so much time with this girl, it was impossible to say that he wasn't moved. But as he got closer to Chuning, Lin Sun was certain that he had no hope. Heroes have a weakness for beauties, but beauties love heroes too. Although he was the president of TT, he was still just one of the heroes. He couldn't be like that man, standing at the peak that no one could reach. On the day they returned to the sect, Lu Chen asked Stardust and the others and found out that Tianqing had gifted each of them a purple mount and a purple treasure after they had completed the closed beta testing. Those mounts weren't even obtained by them. As for where one could reach a purple mount, Stardust wasn't too sure. Lu Chen could only give up on the idea of looking for a purple mount. The next day, Lu Chen and his disciple rode on the Golden Retriever towards a level 40 map. Xiao Ning was very excited. She touched the Golden Retriever's fur and lay on it to feel its softness. Master, where did you get this Golden Retriever? A naturally beautiful woman could be so willful. No matter what she did, she still looked beautiful. To be able to become a nameless disciple, Ning Shuang's happiness could always be clearly felt. I can't remember which Fiend City Ruins boss it is. Fiend City Ruins? I went there with my dad's guild. At that time, there were a few closed beta players leading us. I didn't hear of any boss dropping mounts. Your dad's guild? Oh, my dad's organization has a few professional guilds. I was originally in TT. TT was definitely one of the top teams in the country. Who would have thought that this guild belonged to Ning Shuang's dad? Lu Chen realized that his disciple was really a rich second generation, the kind that was overflowing with wealth. Fortunately, not all rich second generations were bullies. After Qiu Ning found out that Yi wasn't Lu Chen's girlfriend, she actually ran over to apologize. She was very magnanimous and had a good character. That dungeon was very interesting. We had to test each of our attributes and activate the pain detection system. Lu Chen nodded. If I'm not wrong, there will be more places where the pain detection system will be activated. You have to be prepared. Oh, right, you didn't get any mounts. I think it's because you didn't activate enough rewards. Ning Xuan thought for a moment. Master, what rewards did you activate? At that time, it was level 5. Level 5. That's impossible. We only activated 2 levels. Ning Xuan was shocked. The closed beta player said that if your level exceeds the dungeon, the test results will be severely discounted. Your final score might not even be as high as ours. So, he asked us to test it one by one. Lu Chen shook his head. There's such a thing. I'm not too sure. I was around level 30. I forgot. Lu Chen was a man of few words. Moreover, they were strangers. Ning Xuan was very familiar with him, but he was only a stranger to her. Master, where are you bringing me to level up? Just the 2 of us. Yeah, it's not worth it to share the experience with more people. Let's go to the City of 100 Ghosts. Lu Chen said calmly. Oh, I know that. Many closed beta players brought their disciples there to level up. Yeah, there's a lot of experience there, but it's a bit boring. Boring? Lin Sun said that the dungeon was very dangerous. If the closed beta players were slightly weaker, they could be wiped out. The 2 chatted casually and finally arrived at the City of 100 Ghosts. Ning Xuan was level 31 now. Her level was quite high. However, since he had taken her money, he had to do something. Lu Chen planned to bring her to level up a few times first. After entering the dungeon, Lu Chen summoned Xiao Min. Ning Xuan was shocked to see a spirit suddenly appear beside her. Ah! Master, what is this? Is this a female ghost? Lu Chen was doubting whether his initial judgment was accurate. Who said that Ning Xuan would not be surprised? This is my pet. Pet? How can there be such a pet? I've never seen one before. She's a purple ghost pet. The only one in the entire server. However, I don't know if the closed beta players have one. Ning Xuan was stunned. This was a person who had seen the world. The only one in the entire server said it so casually. The only one in the entire server. There were hundreds of millions of players. An average person could brag about it for a lifetime. Xiao Min, possess Ning Xuan and make her invisible. Ning Xuan, follow behind me. Yes, boss. Xiao Min flew a circle in front of Ning Xuan and plunged into Ning Xuan's body. With a bang, Ning Xuan became invisible. Lu Chen turned around and was stunned. Why can I still see Ning Xuan? Although it's a bit blurry, I can definitely see her. Xiao Min, are you done with your invisibility? Boss, we're already invisible. Lu Chen thought about it and realized that it might be because he had the eye of the dark gods. He could see things that could not be seen with the naked eye. Dark gold equipment had such a hidden attribute. It could even detect invisibility. The eye of the dark gods was quite strong. Ning Xuan, follow me. Ning Xuan looked at her master nervously. This was the first time she saw her master fight a dungeon. It should be said that this was the first time in the entire server to see Nameless fight a dungeon. What was her master's secret to leveling up? She watched as her master activated Heavenly Flame Pillar. Before the surrounding monsters could even get close, they fell one by one. The first boss, the Netherworld Ghost King, was easily killed by her master's Earth Chasm, a series of combo attacks, and AZ Flame Slash. It only took 3 minutes to defeat the first boss. Ning Shuang felt unwell. Oh my god, what kind of skills are master's skills? So this is how master combos. This is too easy. It was so easy that even a hardcore fan like her could not stand it. Fight a dungeon. It doesn't exist. Let's stroll around Hua Garden. Chapter 231. After a dungeon run, Ning Shuang's experience skyrocketed. It increased by more than 8 million, directly leveling up to level 32. Master, I leveled up. Ning Shuang was so excited that she danced around. Lu Chen smiled, I have something to do in 2 days, so I'll bring you to level up a few more times. Master, you're not coming online in 2 days. I am, but I don't have time to bring you. I have to settle some things. With the beta players? Ning Shuang asked. Yes, I don't know if you noticed, but when we entered and exited the dungeon, there were people watching us. Ah. I think I saw a few people looking at us. But are they going to enter the dungeon themselves? Lu Chen did not explain further, some people are still unwilling to give up. This time, I'll make them give up completely. Once this matter is settled, I want to see my own strength. Secondly, there will be fewer people looking for trouble with you in the future. Ning Shuang was suddenly touched. Although Nameless did not speak much, her master was still worried about her safety. Although her death was linked to her master's reputation, Nameless' actions still touched Ning Shuang. On this day, Lu Chen took Ning Shuang to clear the city of 100 ghosts and brought her to level 37. In just a short day, Ning Shuang's level was already on par with those who had become his disciple. On the second day, Lu Chen directly brought Ning Shuang to level 40. It could be said that Ning Shuang's level was already the highest apart from the beta players and Nameless. At the same time, Lu Chen's level also rose to 46. However, he did not gain much from killing 4 more monsters, so his level stopped at 46. The peaceful days passed quickly. The third day was the weekend. On this day, the Jyotian official website that had experienced a short period of peace was completely stirred up because of one thing. All the streamers from the major broadcast rooms flooded into District 13, Firmament City. As the 10 main cities of the Celestial Mountain were merged into Firmament City, District 13, Firmament City was actually Lu Chen's district. Lu Chen had just come online and felt that something was wrong. There were a lot of people in Firmament City today. At a rough glance, it was a sea of people. What's going on? There was an event on the official website. Even if there's an event, it shouldn't all be in District 13, right? Lu Chen was a little puzzled. At this moment, he received a cold sound transmission. Boss, have you seen the official website? The top closed beta tester team is declaring war on you today. They said that as long as they see you leave Firmament City, they will kill you. Leng Nua's tone sounded very anxious. Oh, I didn't go to the official website. I went online directly. Boss, they've already seen your strength, yet they still dare to declare war on you with such fanfare. I think they came prepared. You must be careful. We're currently organizing all the level 30 players to head towards Firmament City. Lu Chen thought for a moment and did not stop them from coming over. Xing Chen and the others will also come. They said that they want to fight alongside you. You must not leave the city now. Wait for us. Ning Shuang came online as well. She logged off around the same time as Lu Chen. She quickly found Lu Chen. Master, you're here. The official website is exploding. They want to block you outside the city. I heard from the closed beta testers of TT Guild that they have hundreds of people. Many of them were transferred over from other districts. They are all max level players. They also issued a challenge on the official website. They said that they've applied for an emergency lockdown of Firmament City. Teleportation, mounts, and wings cannot be used in the city. They want you to never leave Firmament City. I've already called the people of TT Guild over for support. After 2 days of getting along, Lu Chen increasingly felt that Ning Shuang was a good person. She was really worried about him. It's fine. I was just about to look for them. Since they took the initiative to come to me, it saves me the trouble. At this moment, Lu Chen's phone rang again. Lu Chen looked and saw that it was Li Muhua. Lu Chen, I'm guessing that you didn't see the official forum. I didn't expect there to be so many max-level players. Now that you've been kicked out of the city, we'll immediately come over to support you. Oh, don't think that we're a burden. We have quite a few experts here. They should be able to help. By the way, Black Eagle, the Red Guild is also on their way. They said that they can't just stand by and watch. The black figure was the team of Hua Xia's special police force. The red figure was from the southern military region. Lu Chen had given them 2 of the 4 divine beasts from the Korean server. Lu Chen was a little depressed. He had wanted to go alone. How did things suddenly turn out like this? A group of people had come to help him. How little confidence did they have in him? However, Li Muhua had good intentions. Lu Chen did not have the heart to reject him. If that guy knew that Lu Chen had agreed to Wild Waves coming, and did not even object to TT Guild coming, but did not allow them to come, then there would be a lot of explanations. Ahem, about that, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Lu Chen tried to persuade Li Muhua. No. They've gone too far. We couldn't help in the past. Now that we have closed beta players here, we won't just stand by and watch if we can help. Lu Chen almost vomited blood. This guy's attitude was too firm. Actually, I'm not that afraid of them, that won't do. They've gone too far. Over 500 max-level players suddenly want to surround you. As brothers, we can't just stand by and watch. You don't have to say anything. We'll take care of this. In 15 minutes, our 3 main armies will be there. Lu Chen wanted to say something, but Li Muhua hung up. Damn, what's going on? Lu Chen held his forehead with one hand. Shouldn't it be the besieged person asking for help, and the reinforcements would refuse? Why did it become him telling them not to come, and they insisted on coming? Master, did something happen? Don't worry, I'll call my dad and ask him to call all the teams under him. Stop. Don't. Lu Chen hurriedly stopped Ning Shuang. He was already having a headache. He did not want others to get involved. But master, there are 500 of them, and they're all max-level players. I heard that they've gotten a few orange equipment sets. That's why they dare to challenge you so openly. Lu Chen shook his head and laughed. I'm just waiting for them to get enough equipment. Do you think your master doesn't have any orange equipment sets? Ah. Ning Shuang was stunned. She had followed her master for 2 days, but she did not see him wearing any orange equipment sets. Only the famous wishful staff could turn orange when necessary. Okay, I was just helping you level up. Today, I'll teach you how to fight. At the same time, several guilds were rushing to Firmament City. Violent Waves, Iron Blood, TT, Black Eagle, Red, and about a few thousand people. Half an hour later, the army gathered in Firmament City. Boss, we're here. Brother Nameless, our 3 main armies are here too. We can definitely help this time. Ning Shuang brought Lin Sun to Nameless. Master, this is TT's guild leader, Brother Sun. He's my master. Lin Sun was a little nervous when he saw Nameless. Hello, Brother Nameless. We don't know if we can help this time, but we'll definitely do our best. In an instant, Lu Chen was surrounded by thousands of people. He was very depressed. How could he deal with these people's enthusiasm? Chapter 232 The closed beta players were very domineering. They spent money to request for the city to be sealed. For a moment, Firmament City could only be entered but not exited. This is a typical undeclared war. These people are too much. Li Muhua said angrily, so arrogant. They even implicated so many normal players. At this time, a total of 27 closed beta players from the 5 major guilds stood up. Not all closed beta players would join the group outside the door. Now that the normal players' levels had increased, they could also contact some guilds they liked and join them in the future. Nameless, this battle might be a bit difficult. A closed beta player from Iron Blood said. Stardust nodded. I looked at their equipment. They have at least 11 sets of Divine Martial set. They must have been crazily farming the Tower of Babel for the past few days. The Divine Martial set is said to be the #1 official set in the first heaven. It has 5 pieces of equipment: Divine Martial helmet, breastplate, greaves, arm guard, and weapon. It has very comprehensive attributes. I saw Rain God's equipment in a closed beta group before. He even strengthened his equipment by 5 times. Then this battle will be a bit difficult. Don't say such discouraging words. They started forming groups during the closed beta to suppress us. We have long since stopped caring about them. You misunderstood. I only said it would be difficult. I didn't say we were afraid of them. It's just a fight. I've never been afraid of anyone. These people were selected as closed beta players. According to Exquisite, their brain and body reactions were top-notch. These people all had one thing in common: confidence. However, Lu Chen was a bit depressed. Shouldn't he be the one to solve this problem? Why were these people more agitated than him? The only explanation was that during the closed beta, they were already dissatisfied with Rain God Ling Tian. Lu Chen looked at the group leaders and said, "You guys don't need to go out. With their equipment, you might not be able to break through their defense." Although Li Muhua, Leng Noa, and the others were unwilling, since Nameless said so, it couldn't be wrong. If they couldn't even break through their defense, then numbers wouldn't be an advantage. Instead, it would become a battle achievement for them to show off in the future. Look, we killed a few thousand people back then. When Stardust heard Nameless' words, he hurriedly added, "Nameless, we will definitely fight alongside you. In fact, we are also strong. At the very least, we can share some of your firepower." Yeah, Nameless. Although they're here for you, this is also our battle. Nameless, we don't need to fight them head-on. We'll attract their firepower for you while you take the opportunity to escape. As long as we break through the blockade, we'll be victorious. Everyone said that this was their own battle, so Lu Chen really couldn't reject their good intentions. However, no one knew that what Lu Chen wanted was not as simple as breaking out of the encirclement. Bro Nameless, where's your friend Solipsistic? Should we call him over? I think we have a better chance of winning if we call him over. 10 Steps suddenly rushed over and said. Stardust glanced at Nameless. Seeing that Nameless seemed to have something to hide, he immediately helped Nameless and said, 10 Steps, Solipsistic must have his own matters to attend to. 10 Steps was also a person who knew how to read people's expressions. Seeing that Nameless didn't say anything, he guessed that there must be something hidden. Since Nameless didn't want to talk about it, there was no point in asking. Oh, that's true. At this time, all the major live streaming platforms on the official website were in full swing. The closed beta players are too domineering. They actually sealed off the city. They're really going to fight Nameless to the death. Where's Nameless? Hasn't he appeared yet? He's in the city. He's currently discussing countermeasures. However, Nameless only has 20 to 30 closed beta players. The others probably won't be able to fight against those people outside. It's best if they don't fight. Did you see the leaders of the closed beta players? Damn, they're all wearing orange equipment. That's too awesome. The few people in Nameless' team seem to have very ordinary equipment. They don't have any orange equipment, and besides the wishful staff, Nameless doesn't seem to have any orange equipment. I feel that Nameless won't be able to escape this time. 10 minutes later, the towering city walls of Firmament City were filled with a large number of players. All the major live streaming channels, even foreign ones, were broadcasting the big event of blocking Nameless. The total number of viewers had already exceeded 100 million. The popularity had even surpassed the Wuxia server's Gorefiend invasion. At this time, hundreds of max-level players outside the city were loudly mocking through the city gate. Nameless, aren't you the Wuxia war god? How did you become a coward? Come out. Nameless trash, weren't you very arrogant before? Weren't you going to fight against the heavens and earth? Why are you more cowardly than anyone else now? Trash, come out. I didn't have time to deal with trash like you before. Since you're so arrogant, I'll play with you today. Come out. Trash. Trash. Coward. Does having more people mean that you're awesome? Let me tell you, no matter how many people you have, you're still a bunch of trash. Those teams, if one comes out, I'll kill one. If two come out, I'll kill two. The curses were endless, and Stardust and the others could no longer bear it. Lu Chen snorted coldly, then said to Stardust and the others, "Thank you for being willing to fight with me. Now, if everyone is ready, let's go. There's no need to thank us. Nameless, let's kill to our heart's content today." Stardust and the others said decisively. Lu Chen turned and walked toward the city gate, and the other closed beta players followed closely behind. Nameless is going out. Oh my god, don't blink, everyone. Next is the clash of the strongest against the strongest. Fuck, Nameless is really going out. Isn't it obvious that he's going to give away his equipment? When Lu Chen was less than 20 meters away from the gate, Lu Chen suddenly disappeared in a flash of white light. This happened too suddenly, and everyone was at a loss, especially Stardust and the others, who were even more confused. Nameless went offline. The only people who knew the truth were Lu Yi and Li Muhua. Lu Yi quickly went offline and ran to her brother's room. She saw Nameless coming out of the game cabin and checking the game cabin. Brother. What's wrong? Nameless was gritting his teeth. The cockpit suddenly disconnected. What's going on? Lu Chen was burning with anxiety. Disconnecting the game at this time was too sudden. He removed the power source and plugged it back in. Lu Yi, can you check if it can be rebooted? Brother, I pressed it, but there's no response. Fuck, it dropped the ball at a crucial time. Lu Chen was panicking. At this time, Li Muhua called. Chen, what's wrong? Lu Chen thought for a while. Perhaps Li Muhua had someone who could help. My game cabin seems to have a problem. Can someone come over and take a look? I'll come over right away. Not long later, Li Muhua came over with his people. Brother Lu Chen, you just disconnected, and many people are already scolding you online. Lu Chen also thought about it. Disconnecting at this time, others did not care about the reason. In the eyes of other players, it was a deserter. It would be strange if they did not scold him. Lu Yi punched Li Muhua's arm. What are you talking about? My brother was already very anxious. He didn't want to disconnect. I know, I'm not blaming him. I'm just reporting the situation. Chen Zi, help me check. Chapter 233. Even Chen Zi, who was a communications technician, could not do anything about Tianqing's high-tech products. He could only check the wiring. Chen Zi, are you done? No, their wiring is too complicated. I'm still checking. As the device could only be tied to one account, Lu Chen could not use Lu Yi's gaming cabin. He could only wait. After some fiddling, the device could finally be turned on. That's weird, why can't I connect to the internet? The internet is fine too. His cabin has an error reporting system. If there's a connection problem, it will report the error accurately. But there's no error reporting. Chen Zi was confused. Lu Chen was really a little angry, 800,000 to make such a broken thing. I was just saying how good Tianqing's technology is. Li Muhua frowned and said faintly, Lu Chen, as far as I know, Tianqing has sold millions of gaming cabins and there hasn't been any problems yet. I don't know if you've hit the jackpot. Li Muhua had a hidden meaning behind his words. Out of the millions of TV sets, only his TV set had an accident. This luck was too good, and it happened at such a crucial moment. Li Muhua thought about it and said, Chen, wait a moment. I'll give our leader a call. If this was Tianqing's doing, then this matter could be solved. After all, Tianqing was in Wuxia's territory. There would be someone who could stop them. But it would take time. At the same time, the official website was exploding. Fuck, John Doe's disconnection is so beautiful. I'm shocked. A second ago, he said he was going to leave the city. The next second, he disconnected. TSK, this timing is amazing. I'm dying of laughter. Did you see the expressions of the closed beta players who followed him? It was quite interesting. When the people outside the city heard about this, they became even more arrogant. Ha 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 ha, nameless bastard. If you don't dare to fight, just say so. Do you need to pretend? I've been playing games for so many years and have seen many of your despicable tricks. You're the best at talking, but if you really beat you, you'll be a coward. Everyone saw it. What god of war in Wuxia? Don't joke around. How can this be called victory? It's called cowardice. Are those stray cats and dogs happy now? Weren't you shouting fiercely just now? Now that your master has run away, why aren't you lackeys shouting anymore? Leng Noa walked in front of Xing Chen and the others and looked at them solemnly. Nameless is not that kind of person. I believe that he must have encountered something. Someone from the predator's side also came over. Nameless' past deeds are clear for all to see. I believe that he's not the kind of person who would run away from a battle. Absolutely not. Ning Xuang said excitedly, don't listen to what outsiders say. My master is an indomitable man. Stardust smiled, why are you telling us this? Do you really think we don't know who Nameless is? From the moment he single-handedly challenged the entire Korean server, we already believe in his character. Moreover, we've seen how he treats you guys. If he wasn't so nameless, we wouldn't have chosen to join you guys. Even Leng Noa and the others did not expect that Stardust and the others already had a scale in their hearts. This was not something that could be changed by a sudden incident or the wanton insults of others. Leng Noa suddenly laughed, I'm sorry, I thought too much. If you guys didn't have the ability to make independent judgments, perhaps you guys would have joined Ling Tian Rain God's side long ago. Stardust smiled and nodded. That's right. Then, Stardust looked at his companions and took a deep breath, brothers and sisters, Nameless is in trouble now. We have to step forward. Although we know that we can't win this battle, we have to let everyone see that Nameless' friends are not cowards. If his friends are not cowards, then Nameless can't be cowards. We'll fight for Nameless in this battle. Everyone nodded. That's what I thought too. But what's there to be afraid of dying? These people are really funny. If we lose our equipment and level, we can just start all over again. Everyone, let's go. Stardust smiled and led the 27 people out of the city gate. Leng Noa's eyes were wet as she watched Stardust and the others leave. Boss, you should be happy because the friends around you are all good. Lu Chen could not help at all. He could only turn on his computer and watch the live stream with the others. Seeing Stardust and the others walk out of the city gate, Lu Chen took a deep breath. Perhaps in the past, Lu Chen did not fully trust them, even though Li Muhua said that he had investigated them. But now, they had passed Lu Chen's final test. From now on, these people could be called Lu Chen's friends. In front of an army of close to 600 people, this 27-people team was not even enough to form a regiment. They seemed especially small. Yo, Nameless didn't come. What do you mean by coming out? The max-level players looked at the 27 people in front of them mockingly. What? Are you here to defect? Sorry, you're trash. We don't want you. Stardust snorted, defect. Sorry, you're not worthy. I'm telling you, Nameless disconnected, not deserting. Stardust was obviously not telling these max-level players. He was just saying it for the audience who did not know the truth. Ha ha ha, we all know. Disconnecting at a critical moment is indeed a smart move. I think Nameless must have peed his pants when he saw so many strong players. He must have short-circuited the game cabin. Ha ha ha. The group laughed crazily. In the front row of the army, Ling Tian Rain God raised his head slightly and looked down at the few people in front of him. Stardust, you're really interesting. When I asked you to join the group, you didn't. Now, you insist on hanging out with Nameless. In the end, your master ran away, and now you guys are cannon fodder. Sigh, how pitiful. Alloy Andy Lau said angrily, don't pretend to be merciful. Join your group. Look at your subordinates. They've been following you day and night to clear Tong Tian Tower. In the end, other than you guys, do they even have orange equipment? You alone strengthened your equipment to 5. TSK, TSK, TSK. How many sets of divine martial arts would you need? You're really strong. Your skin is so thick that it's invincible. You're eating the meat and leaving your brothers with nothing to drink. Cut the crap. Don't think that you can sow discord between us brothers with just a few words. Of course, equipment should be given to each of us. In the future, I'll give each of them a set. Plastic Peng Yuyan sneered, really? You can lie to others, but do you think you can lie to us? Didn't we hear you talking to your confidants? That's why we didn't want to be with you. Lie, continue lying. Ling Tian Rain God decided to take a step back in order to advance. If you think that people will believe what you say, then continue lying. Stardust snorted, alright, we don't want to waste our breath with you guys. Isn't it just a fight? We'll keep you company. Nameless friends, none of us are cowards. After saying that, Stardust took the lead to launch an attack. The game was dark, the 3 boys, and the other closed beta players all pounced on the enemy army. Ling Tian Rain God smiled, it's like hitting a stone with an egg. Brothers, kill them. Kill them all. If they dare to revive, kill them until they drop all their equipment. Chapter 234. Slaughter. Slaughter without a doubt. Stardust and the others couldn't defend against Ling Tian's attacks at all. Just as they raised their hands, hundreds of skills were thrown at them. This wasn't an attack that could be avoided with reaction time. Everyone, take your time. Don't kill them too quickly. Use AoE attacks and farm them like wild monsters. Haha, that's a good idea. Let's kill them. The rebirth mirror of Firmament City was only a few dozen meters away from the city gate. Stardust and the others had just been killed and quickly revived. They revived. Haha, these idiots still dare to revive. Haha, it's a waste not to kill them. Change your skills to level 1 and slowly kill them. Their equipment is too trashy. How about this, we'll put our equipment in front of them and let them die in front of their own equipment. After the 3rd revival, some people had already dropped a level. Haha, dropped a level. I feel like a stupid dog. The 6th revival, the 10th revival. Stardust and the others had already lost all their equipment. Their levels dropped again and again, but they still revived again and again without hesitation. It was as if they were using their actions to tell everyone that Nameless was not a coward. In the broadcast room, there was a subtle change in the wind direction. I feel that those top players are a bit too much. They want to kill Nameless. Why do they keep killing these people? Actually, I want to say that Nameless is quite lucky to have a group of brothers who are willing to risk their lives for him. Where's Nameless? He's been offline for so long. Why isn't he online? Is he just going to watch his brothers get killed again and again? I can't watch this anymore. If Nameless doesn't come online, I'll become an anti-fan. Even the passers-by couldn't watch it anymore, but Stardust and the others still revived again and again. Leng Noa and the others couldn't take it anymore. We can't let Stardust and the others fight. Crazy Wave, I won't force you. If you want to charge, come with me. Black Eagle, even if we all drop levels today, we have to show our strength. Brothers, charge with me. Red Guild, we're not here to watch a show. In today's battle, whether we win or lose, we have to show our stance. Kill. Lin Sun was in a difficult position. He wanted to kill his way out, but TT was different from these guilds. TT had a financial backer. In other words, Lin Sun was just a worker. If he continued to be killed, the equipment and level that TT had worked so hard to accumulate would be greatly reduced. If he followed the way Stardust and the others had died, TT might even have to withdraw from the frontline team. Brother Sun, we can't fall behind. Lin Sun was in a dilemma. Finally, he looked at the woman not far away. She stood on top of the city wall and looked at the tragic state of the battlefield. She was already sobbing uncontrollably. The breeze lifted her long hair, revealing the side of her beautiful face. Her long eyelashes were stained with sparkling and translucent tears. Nameless had ordered Ning Shuang to stay in the city and not leave. Firstly, she was Nameless' disciple and could not die so easily. Secondly, her master had instructed her to learn everyone's battle techniques. His master had given him a strict order, and he had said that his disciple had to be obedient. Lin Sun felt a sharp pain in his heart. Whatever, he had already fallen in love with this girl. Even if she had never cared about him, it did not stop him from doing something for her. Everyone in TT, we have no chance of winning this war. We will only be cannon fodder for the max level players if we go over. But, since I'm here, I don't want to just watch. I'm going out now. As for you, I know you all have responsibilities. Stay in the city. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of level 30 players from the 5 major guilds rushed out of Firmament City like a tide. Seeing this vast group of people, the max level players did not panic at all. Instead, they revealed cruel smiles. Ha ha ha, another bunch of idiots. We're going to have fun. I was just feeling a little bored. This bunch of trash only knows how to entertain us. You can't even break through the defense and still dare to come out. Killing you is like killing chickens. All kinds of cool AoE skills were displayed outside Firmament City. In front of the super high damage of the max level players, these level 30 players could not even get close. They were killed by all kinds of AoE skills. Awesome. This is awesome. This is better than killing monsters. Hurry up and revive. Please revive. Don't you want revenge? Haha, this is so fun. Look at them, they look like a bunch of dogs. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was surprisingly calm. So calm that, it was a little scary. Brother. Louis had never seen her brother like this. He did not say a word. His gaze was so cold that it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Lu Chen took a deep breath and looked back. Li Muhua was not back yet. Chen Zi had already given up on repairing the gaming cabin. But now, he could not wait any longer. Lu Chen stood up and walked to the closet. He opened the closet door. There was a cardboard box inside. He took the cardboard box out and opened it. Inside the box was a gaming helmet. This was the earliest gaming helmet he had used. Ever since he bought the gaming cabin, he had retired with glory. With a snap, Lu Chen turned on the switch. The helmet showed that it was normal. If it was Jianqing's doing. When the gaming cabin was bought, there would be a clear record of the transaction. Perhaps they could lock onto Li Muhua's location before he erased the record. But this helmet was different. This was a second-hand helmet he bought. It was not in Tianqing's transaction records. Of course, this was just Lu Chen's guess. Whether they could lock onto him through other means, he did not know. Lu Chen picked up the helmet and sat on the computer chair. Looks like the gaming cabin won't be repaired for a while. But this helmet should work. You guys should go back. Brother, but they have killed so many people. Stardust and the others have lost most of their equipment. After reviving, they will not be able to help you break out. Lu Chen had extra patience for his sister. He smiled coldly. Who said I was going to break out? Today, I will make them wish they were dead. He put on the helmet and connected to the network. Instant connection. Data synchronization. 15%, 20%. 70%, data synchronization successful. Entering game, nameless, you coward. Did you see that? Your people were killed by us. Nameless, I know you must be watching. Come out if you have the guts. Don't let these trash be cannon fodder. I'm sick of it. Nameless, coward god. Let's see if you still have the face to stay in Jiutian. At this moment, in Firmament City, a player logged in. At this moment, everyone was watching the battle on the city wall. No one noticed this player. Lu Chen opened his backpack, changed his equipment, and strode out of Firmament City. The 5 great armies had suffered heavy losses, but they continued to revive again and again, all for the sake of Nameless. But at this moment, a roar came from behind him. All of you, go back. Everyone. This roar reverberated through the entire area. Everyone looked at the gate of Firmament City. At this moment, a man stood there. A man with fire in his eyes. Chapter 235. The 5 armies, Stardust, and the others all turned to look at that person. At that moment, everyone's eyes were wet. He was back. The person they had always believed in was back. He didn't abandon them. Boss. Xian was already sobbing. At that moment, they were like bullied children who saw their big brother. On the city wall, Ning Shuang was so excited that she couldn't speak. Her master was back. The god of war that she had always admired was back. The entire streaming platform and all the top streaming rooms were in an uproar. It's Nameless, it's Nameless. He's back. I already said that he didn't run away. It was an accident. I don't believe the bullshit of those closed beta players. Nameless, if you don't kill those people, I'll look down on you. Rain god Ling Tian narrowed her eyes slightly. John Doe actually appeared. Humph, telling everyone to retreat. He wants to fight all of us alone. Ha ha ha, what a fantasy. Just in time. I was afraid that you wouldn't come online. Lu Chen looked at his friends and repeated, everyone, come back. Nameless' appearance caused the situation to change. Ling Tian and the others had long lost interest in killing these small fries, so they didn't stop them from leaving. The level 30 players returned to Nameless, followed by Stardust and the others. Stardust walked to Nameless' side. The two of them, who should have had a lot to say, only had a short conversation. Stardust said, be careful. Lu Chen nodded and patted Stardust's shoulder. Thanks. Then, he looked at the opposite side. Lu Chen walked towards the enemy alone. He said word by word, "Today, I don't care how many of you there are, I don't care what reason you have, I don't care who's behind you. I'll say this. From today onwards, your accounts are useless." Lu Chen's words were so domineering. He was probably the only one in the entire Jiutian who could say that their accounts were useless. What? Their accounts are useless? Ha 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 ha, Nameless, do you know, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Ling Tian Rain God laughed out loud. Great. You think you're invincible just because you have some trashy orange equipment. Ha ha ha, your orange equipment is just a joke in front of me. If you have the guts, why don't you destroy my account? The closed beta players burst into laughter, but Lu Chen remained unmoved. He rolled his eyes and looked at the crowd. Looks like you guys want to mess with me too. Why don't we play a little bigger? Hearing Nameless say this, Rain God Ling Tian and the others were furious. Nameless liked to raise the stakes every time he gambled with someone. He even used this method to win one of their sacred beasts. However, he was not Ling Long. This time, he had to take back double what he had lost in the past. Up to you. We'll play as big as you want. To be honest, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Lu Chen laughed coldly. Alright, I'll set the rules then. After setting the rules, Lu Chen placed the challenge message between the two of them. A translucent message appeared in front of everyone. Lu Chen gave Rain God Ling Tian and the others a quota of 1,000 people for the duel. On his side, there was only one person. Of course, that was himself. The duel's condition was that both parties had to be forced to revive 50 times. The additional bet was 100 million renminbi. There was also a special condition marked in red. Both parties have to activate 100% pain sensitivity. Seeing this condition, even Rain God Ling Tian could not remain calm. The entire Firmament City went crazy. Damn, this bet, this condition, Nameless is sure he's not crazy. One person against 1,000 people. Did he forget that he's fighting against max-level players with godly equipment? Isn't this suicide? Forced to revive 50 times, this is going to make him drop his underwear. He actually activated 100% pain sensitivity, isn't this bet a little too big? Fiend City Ruins only required 10% pain sensitivity, if he activated 100%, wouldn't it be the same as in real life? Lu Yi, Ning Shuang, Leng Noa, and the others, even those who were on Lu Chen's side, were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were speechless for a long time. Winqin was so shocked that she covered her mouth, afraid that she would scream. Her stream was already covered by several layers of comments. She could not see the message at all. What the fuck, this is the biggest bet in history. Isn't Nameless too arrogant? Isn't this a little too much? Oh my god, does Nameless really think that he can win? I heard that Rain God is super strong. All his divine martial sets are strengthened by 5. He's like a monster. Nameless is digging a hole for himself. Nameless looked at the shocked Rain God Ling Tian and sneered. What, you don't dare to accept? Only then did Rain God Ling Tian come back to his senses. To be honest, he had never seen such a terrifying bet after playing games for so long. What was funny was that his opponent seemed to be sick in the head, sending such a good thing to him. Ha ha ha, I'm scared. You must be dreaming. I just can't believe that a pie would fall from the sky. Fine, I'll sign it. Put the money in first. Rain God's financial strength was also very terrifying. He quickly transferred over 100 million. Lu Chen's side just had to transfer the money. Rain God's side quickly entered the duel list. Once they were on the duel list, their pain system would be forcibly locked to 100%. Not long after, all 586 people were on the duel list. Both sides clicked confirm at the same time. The duel entered the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Every time the countdown ticked, Lu Yi, Ning Shuang, and Leng Noa felt that they were going to die once. Finally, the strongest duel in Jiutian history had begun. After the duel began, Lu Chen turned around to look at the tower. Lu Yi and Ning Shuang were there. The two women who had fought before were now holding hands and looking at him nervously because of their nervousness. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. These two guys, it can be said that they didn't know each other until they fought. Hey, you two, don't just be in a daze. Learn from me. Lu Chen had not forgotten his master's identity. As a result, Lu Chen's actions angered the max-level players. Nameless, do you really think you're so powerful? In our eyes, you're just trash. Everyone, let's go and enjoy the pleasure of torturing people. Looking at the crowd rushing toward him, Lu Chen pulled out the wishful staff and the devil blade. Trash. Sorry, in my eyes, you're not even trash. You're not qualified to torture me. Remember my words, in my eyes. You're just ants. Devil transformation. With a bang, Lu Chen's figure was suddenly surrounded by a cloud of black gas. Then, his figure suddenly expanded several times, reaching a height of 4 or 5 meters. At this time, Nameless was no longer nameless. Its pure black skin was billowing with black fog. Its pair of blood demon flashed red. The blood demon wings behind it were perfectly compatible with the devil form. This was not a player, but a devil from hell. The devil's mouth opened, revealing a terrifying smile. Very good, the prey has taken the bait. Then, let's start the slaughter. Chapter 236. Fuck, what's that? Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. I heard Nameless say it was a transformation. Fuck, what's this skill? This is too fucking cool. It's so cool, I really want this skill. What class skill is this? That's right, Nameless was no longer considered ugly after transformation. Although it had nothing to do with the traditional definition of a handsome guy, the demon was just too cool. His body was huge, and his whole body was emitting black gas. Every time he moved his head, his bloody eyes would leave a red afterimage. He was the embodiment of evil. Unfortunately, it was rare for players to say that Lu Chen was cool, but he didn't care. He only had eyes for these enemies. Fuck, what skill is that? Don't be afraid, it's just a transformation skill. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than the bosses in the Tower of Babel. He's far from it, 100% pain sensitivity, right? I'll make you regret it. Outer Sky Sword Formation. He can go invisible, I'll locate him. Beginner tracking, power shot. Fire bullet rain. Seeing this, Ning Shuang's heart couldn't take it anymore. This was a 100% pain sensitivity system. Was there any way to survive after being hit by so many skills? However, Lu Chen had already seen through the positions of these skills. It was easy for him to dodge. Lu Chen didn't care about these skills, he quickly activated the next skill. Clone. The clone had 0.2 seconds of invulnerability. It could dodge some skills and cancel the marked status at the same time. Of course, the most important thing was that the clone would disrupt the player's vision. They couldn't immediately distinguish between the original and the clone. When Lu Chen completed the clone, they were stunned. There were very few group attacks that had a second attack. Occasionally, there would be a second attack, but Nameless easily dodged it. Including the original, there were a total of 6 demons. What? There are 5 clones, which one is the original? Fuck, how did that guy dodge all the skills? How do we determine which one is the real one? What I want to know is whether John Doe is among them. Last time, John Doe used his doppelganger and invisibility to trick Ling Long. Nameless methods were always hard to predict. Many closed beta players were hesitant. What should they do now? Don't be hasty. Try attacking first and see if you can differentiate between the clone and the main body. Rain God Ling Tian immediately gave the order. However, at this moment, Wu Ming moved. Rapid movement, earth-splitting chasm. While moving at high speed, Lu Chen's staff smashed into the most densely populated area, instantly causing a massive amount of damage. These people's ability to withstand damage was different. With this one hit, the damage was basically 30 to 40,000. After taking this hit, many people's HP dropped by a large amount. Under the effect of the 100% pain perception system, many people directly spat out a mouthful of blood. When had these people ever turned on their pain sensitivity to 100%? A single hit was enough to cause 1/4 or 1/5 of fatal damage. That was definitely not a normal amount of pain. Instantly, the entire place was filled with wailing sounds. Pfft. Fuck, it hurts. Ah. My shoulder. This really isn't a joke. How dare you touch my people? You must be tired of living. Nameless snorted coldly. At the same time, 5 clones rushed into the crowd. The clones inherited the main body's passive, which meant that they also had critical hit, split, combo, and poison. With 80% of the damage inherited, the clones also had extremely terrifying damage. With one hit, a large area was split, and the wailing of max-level players could be heard everywhere. Ugh! This is the main body. This is definitely the main body. Medicine Master, save me. I can't, I'm dying. What the fuck is this attack? 100,000 damage per hit. No, the main body is with us. Fuck, the damage is too terrifying. No, I can't hold on for much longer. The first person who was hit, under the effect of poison, suffered over 200,000 damage and was instantly killed. Rain God Ling Tian was stunned. According to these players, the 6 demons should all be the main body. The string of numbers was unimaginable. The scene of 600 people chasing after one person did not happen. Instead, it was the 6 demons chasing after a group of people. Under the 100% pain, these max-level players who were still clamoring before were all shaken after their bodies were heavily injured. More than half of them were already at critical health. They did not dare to continue fighting and had already started to abandon their weapons and equipment, fleeing in all directions. Unfortunately, even if they were to compare speed, they could not compare to these demons. The demons were crazily harvesting. Fuck, what kind of monster is this? Are all the clones this strong? With 80% of the damage inherited, normal players would not be able to differentiate the clones based on their attack power. Rain God Ling Tian had the 5 gods martial arts set, but he did not know who to target. Rain God, hurry up and attack, we can't hold on any longer. These clones are too strong. Fuck, this split is so painful. It almost killed me. Rain God, hurry up and attack. Rain God was panting. Facing Nameless, he did not have 100% confidence that he could win. If he could wait until Nameless transformation in clones ended, then he would have a much higher chance of winning. However, the surrounding minions were wailing. Previously, they had killed Lu Chen's friends endlessly, but now, their bodies were suffering unimaginable pain. Now, the max-level players no longer had the demeanor of an expert. Their previous arrogance had turned into screams like pigs being slaughtered. They could not defeat the clones, and they were afraid of being hit, so they only cared about escaping. Now, the only one who could fight Nameless was himself, who had the 5 gods martial arts set. However, Rain God did not attack in the end. Rain God clenched his teeth and said to himself, you guys just hold on for a while. When his skill ends, I will avenge you. At this moment, a demon not far away roared, Monkey King's reverse blood. With a boom, the surrounding ground shook, and close to 100 players were stunned. Next, it was time to harvest. With one hit, 54433, double critical hit, 15750, poisoned, 15750, poisoned, 98444, triple critical hit, 15750, poisoned, 15750, poisoned, that one hit directly killed a large number of players. It's him. Rain God Ling Tian was finally sure that this guy was Nameless' original body. Nameless was still unscathed. Damn it, that bunch of trash should have at least taken some of his HP. Rain God cursed. Now, he could only stare at that guy. Once his skill ended, it would be time for him to attack. Why isn't it over yet? Most of my people are dying. Rain God said anxiously. After Lu Chen killed a group of players, he glanced at the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with corpses. Currently, there were still some fish that escaped the net and experts with the divine martial arts set. He could leave them to his clones. However, the rain god was still standing there. After thinking for a bit, Lu Chen knew what he was thinking. Waiting for my skill to end. That guy probably didn't know that as long as his clones didn't die, it would be a seamless summon. Whatever, after I take care of these people, I'll deal with him. Divine Martial Protection. A player with the Divine Martial Arts set suddenly appeared behind Lu Chen. Strongest War God Charge. With a bang, that guy slammed into Lu Chen. 27444. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. He turned his head slightly and stared at that person with a pair of terrifying blood-red eyes. Strongest War God Charge. This was the power of the Divine Martial Arts set. Lu Chen could only laugh. Lu Chen's HP didn't drop by much, but what made him unhappy was that he was actually bleeding. Young man, your damage is quite high. That person looked at the monster in front of him, his head buzzing. High damage. Hi my ass, I only dealt a sliver of damage to Nameless. Now that guy seemed to be angry, who knew what he was going to do. The demon grinned. Lu Chen was horrified by the demon's smile. It's my turn now. Devour. Chapter 237. What happened next was the scariest scene in the history of Jiutian games. The devil opened his bloody mouth, so big that it was unforgettable. Then, he swallowed the player with the divine martial set in one gulp. Swallowed. The world was quiet. The players on the city wall were all pale, their brains short-circuiting. The comments in the live stream stopped for once. Ning Shuang covered her mouth and looked at the scene in horror. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Yi was so scared that her face turned pale. She was petrified. The other players who were still running for their lives were all frozen. Lu Chen shook his head and finally retracted his venomous mouth. Then, he wiped his mouth and said, "Ah, it tastes good." Puff, blood sprayed out from the city wall. Who knew how many players heard this and suffered from serious internal injuries? Too scary, he really ate someone. Damn, there's such a skill. My eyes are already blind. This is too fucking shameless, damn, my thoughts are in a mess. Is Nameless a human or a devil? Even a boss doesn't have this skill. Isn't the divine martial set the strongest equipment in the first heaven? How could it be swallowed in one gulp? What kind of equipment does Nameless have? Feng Ling's expression was the same as Ning Shuang's. In fact, most of the girls had the same reaction. Horror, disbelief, it was too unbelievable. My God, Nameless is too strong. Brother, you're wrong. Nameless isn't strong, it's scary. It's the biggest bug in Jiutian. Ling Tian was on the verge of breaking down. If Nameless used that skill on her, there would be no point in fighting. The key was, what would happen if she was swallowed? Would her account disappear? Or would her character disappear? Would she be sealed in that guy's stomach forever? The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. No, impossible, he can't swallow me. Using her last bit of rationality, Rain God forced herself to calm down. Nameless didn't use this overpowered skill before. Why? Because 99% of these people were maxed out. He probably wouldn't be able to swallow it. The guy that Nameless devoured was his good friend. Of course, only his good friend could get the divine martial arts set. That guy got in through the back door and was only level 44, while Nameless was level 45. Nameless chose to devour that guy, which meant that there must be a level restriction. His level must be lower than his. Yes, that must be it. That must be it. The Rain God repeatedly emphasized his point of view, but when he lowered his head, he realized that his hand that was holding the divine martial spear kept shaking. It had to be said that the Rain God had some brains. His analysis was very close to the description of the Devour skill. Devour. Directly devour a non-boss unit whose level and star level are lower than your own to obtain the creature's appearance and ability. Duration, 24 hours. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Nameless did not devour others previously because of the level restriction. It was rare to meet such a low-level player, so he naturally couldn't wait to try out this skill. However, in the current situation, only Rain God had the time to make such a calm analysis. The other max-level players were really scared out of their wits. It's too scary. I'd rather be killed than be devoured, 100% pain. That's too scary. I'm going to have nightmares tonight. It's over. We can't win. We can't even beat his doppelganger. Why, he's only level 45. His doppelganger can chase after 600 of us and kill us. What about the divine martial arts set? Why is the divine martial arts set useless in front of him? Isn't it the strongest orange equipment set? Why is it so weak? Under the influence of fear, they had already forgotten about the battle and were just waiting for the devil's doppelganger to harvest. Not long after, these defeated soldiers were all cleaned up. The battlefield was littered with players' corpses. Under the condition of 100% pain sensitivity, the expressions of their corpses were very painful. The small soldiers were all taken care of, so there was only one left. The time for transforming in doppelganger had disappeared. Nameless once again returned to his human form. At this moment, an angry roar came from behind Lu Chen. Strongest divine martial art charge. Nameless, your ultimate skill is gone. I'm not afraid of you. Lu Chen turned around and saw Ling Tian Rain God rushing towards him. He immediately roared, "Devour." What happened next was a strange scene. Ling Tian Rain God's strongest divine martial art charge performed an extreme drift and turned a corner in front of Lu Chen. Divine martial art charge was indeed a good skill. The faster the Rain God came, the faster he left. After Ling Tian Rain God stopped, he looked at Nameless in shock. I dodged your devour. He couldn't believe it himself. When Nameless used devour, Ling Tian was completely flustered. Previously, he said that devour could only devour those who were lower level than him. However, since Nameless used it, it meant that it could devour him. Nameless couldn't possibly not defend himself and use a skill that had no effect on him. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough and changed his move in time to avoid being devoured. The people on the city gate were also shocked. Wow, Rain God's reaction is really fast. He actually dodged devour. Can he even dodge that skill? Looks like the number one player in the closed beta is not just for show. I think these two people are on the same level. To be able to avoid John Doe's attack, this was definitely a milestone event, which meant that Devour could also be dodged. Rain God's confidence also exploded at this moment. He coldly snorted. Nameless, your skill is indeed overpowered. However, it's useless in front of me. You don't know the difference between the 5 gods martial arts set and the average divine martial arts set. Today, I will avenge my brothers. In fact, both Nameless supporters and anti-fans wanted an answer. Devour could be dodged. Everyone looked at Nameless. They wanted to hear his explanation for this mistake. If he admitted that Rain God dodged Devour, it meant that they would not necessarily die if they encountered this skill in the future. Lu Chen found it a little funny. I was just scaring you. Look at what you can do. Rain God almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and all the players were speechless. Fuck, Nameless is playing with Rain God. He was just using the empty fort stratagem. Not only did he play with Nameless, I feel like he played with everyone. Can that damned skill be dodged or not? I think so. Joutian's skills rely on control and prediction. No matter how strong Devour is, he won't be able to devour beyond the distance. The players were still very conflicted about this skill. This skill was too scary. They wanted to find some psychological comfort. Let's not talk about this. From the expressions of the closed beta players, that skill should only be available to Nameless. Unless someone wants to mess with Nameless, there's no point in discussing this. When Nameless revealed the truth, they recalled Rain God Ling Tian's extreme maneuver. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. I suddenly feel that Rain God is very funny. 1 second, he was full of fighting spirit. The next second, he ran faster than anyone else. I'll give 99 points for this drift. I was afraid that he would get arrogant. Speaking of which, this is the strongest player in the closed beta. He's wearing a 5 gods orange equipment set. He was played to this extent. Where's the judgment of a god? Mocking laughter came from all around. Rain God Ling Tian's face turned pale. He, Rain God Ling Tian, had become the laughing stock of everyone. Damn it, Nameless. I'll kill you. Divine Martial Armor. Ares Possession. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.